Well, a very good morning and welcome to the third and final day of competition at the Abu Dhabi Grand Slam. We're about 10 minutes away from getting underway with the preliminaries, and we've got 5 weight categories to bring to you today. There are 3 men's categories, the under 90, the under 100 and the plus 100 kilo category. And there are 2 women's categories, the under 78 and the plus 78. I'm sitting alongside former world champion Loretta Kusat-Dolis. A very good morning to you, Loretta.
Good morning. Good morning, Sheldon. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, the third and final day.
And we are going to take a look at the top 4 seeds in each weight category. Loretta Kusat-Dolis is going to go through her picks. They may be one of the top 4. It may be someone outside of that group. It may even be an outsider. We don't know yet because Loretta keeps that close to her chest. So we'll find out now. Let's take a look at the number 1 seed in the under 78 kilo category. Madeleine Malonga of France. The number 2 seed is Natalie Powell of Great Britain. The number 3 seed is Husha Steenhuis of the Netherlands. And the number 4 seed is Anna Maria Wagner of Germany.
Well, this is a weight category, I think, that throws up so many big surprises, and there's quite a strong turnout here with 28 athletes participating. Malonga, obviously world champion, but as we've seen with her teammate who went out in the early rounds and didn't get a medal, Gai, yesterday, then it's going to be... you never know what you're going to expect. After winning a world title, they're still floating around on the high cloud. But when we look at the lineup, we've got obviously Natalie Powell, who was the silver medalist from last year. We've got Steenhuis, who was also the gold medalist from last year. They're in the mix. And but down some of the outside that you hadn't spoke about, Ontomache, who won the Brazilian Grand Prix just recently, and you have athletes like Opateka for Slovenia, who's European Games champion, and Kuka of Kosovo, who's world bronze medalist. These are very, very strong athletes, and you've even got some of the younger ones in there in the mix, like Prodan, who's cadet world champion, and just recently won a bronze medal in Tashkent. So, do you know what? The way that this competition has gone for the past 3 days, this could be anybody's.
Luisa Malzahn of Germany is also up there in Pool A, as well as the former world champion Martinda Verkerk of the Netherlands. So it is going to be tough. Let's take a look at the top 4 seeds then in the plus 78 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Maria Suelen Alterman of Brazil. The number 2 seed is Larissa Ceric of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Number 3 seed, Irina Kinzeska of Azerbaijan. And the number 4 seed is Marina Slutskaya of Belarus.
Well, an impressive lineup, there's no doubt about it. Althamina, a brilliant result in Brazil, fought well in the Brazilian Grand Slam. But for me, I've got a hot tip there, and it's Mbala Antanga of Cameroon. Now, for me, quite a few have said, how on earth have you picked that one out of the lineup that we've got here today? Well, for me, there's something special about this young lady. She's silver medalist in the African Championships, and in The Hague, she got a silver medal last year. This is someone that has really started to impress me, and as we see her venture on the world tour, more and more, she's building up her confidence, and she's a very, very powerful and fit young lady. So I think she could cause a few upsets here today. I've picked her as a place on that podium, but a gold place. Now, sometimes it sort of end up sort of slapping myself, getting it totally wrong. But there has been the odd one that I've thrown out there, and to the surprises has got that gold medal strapped around their neck. So, but you've got Nunez as well. You've got Mbaro that we haven't spoke about, who got silver medal last year, and so there's a good lineup. There's going to be a great battle, but I think that plus 78 does mix it up quite a bit on quite a few of the world tours, so it could be anybody's.
Okay, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 90 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Nicolas Sherazadashvili of Spain. The number 2 seed is Todd Christian of Hungary. The number 3 seed is Ivan Felipe Silva Morales of Cuba. And the number 4 seed is Nemanja Majdov of Serbia.
Sherazadashvili, for me, is great athlete, and what a performance he gave in Brazil, taking the gold medal there. He's got to be the strong favourite to win the gold here today, but there is some ones that you haven't mentioned. Edward Trippel of Germany, 22 years of age, got fifth place in the World Championships, and for me that he's just been outside the podium, but he's been knocking on the door for a place on that podium for some time. And I think with the success that we're seeing the Germans having, even just this weekend, it's a good opportunity if you're getting on the podium. Ursula of Turkey, 25 years of age, he's 17th on the world ranking. He got a bronze medal in Brazil, but he also won the European Games this year, so he's a strong contender for being on in the limelight, as we could say.
Under 100 kilo category, the number 1 seed, Cho Guam of the Republic of Korea. The number 2 seed is Michael Korrel of the Netherlands. Number 3 seed is Peter Palchik of Israel. And the number 4 seed is Khalfasuren Otganbatan of Mongolia.
Well, Palchik, we know, won the gold medal last year. He'll be wanting to repeat that performance this year. But I feel Cho, looking at the performance in general of the Korean team, I just think Cho has got an opportunity of taking the title, as is positioned well here in this competition as being the number 1 seed. But Korrel will be really, he'll be feeling that it's going to be a favourite there as the number 2 seed, 4th on the world ranking, and a 5th place in the World Championships. So again, he's another strong contender.
Okay, the plus 100 kilo category, number 1 seed, Roy Meyer of the Netherlands. The number 2 seed is teammate Henk Grol. The number 3 seed is Kim Sung-min of the Republic of Korea. And the number 4 seed is Bekmurod Oltiboyev of Uzbekistan.
Well, Grol took a bronze medal. He'd be wanting to do one better. It's going to be the battle of the Dutchman, the big Dutchman. Meyer was very impressive at the World Championships, where he got that bronze medal, and he also medalled in Zagreb. But for me, my favourite is Oltiboyev of Uzbekistan. I think he's got a chance of taking the gold here today.
Okay, well, it's all about to unfold. The fighters are coming into the arena now, just taking their places on the tatami. The choice is yours. Down on mat number 1, Kamran Shah Ustapirin of Tajikistan faces Cyril Grossklaus of Switzerland. On mat number 2, it's Hussein Khalmuzayev of Russia to go up against Remy Foulet of Mauritius. But we're going to go down to mat number 3 to see the first contest in the plus 78 kilo category. It's the number 1 seed, Maria Suellen Alteman of Brazil. She's up against Tessie Savelkools of the Netherlands. It's Alteman in the white judogi, Savelkools in blue. Here's Loretta.
Thanks, Sheldon. Well, what a tough first round. That's all I can say for the number 1 seed. Normally we find throughout this weekend that the number 1 seeds seem to be protected in that first round, and they've got that bye. They can size up the opposition, get themselves in that sort of frame of mind, and come out in the second round firing and also. And she was a gold medalist 2 years ago here in Abu Dhabi. So she'll be wanting to come back and show what she's capable of doing. She's a very strong player.
Yeah, there were 32 fighters in the weight category, so no bye into round 2 for the number 1 seed. Nice and even number.
Yes.
As far as the draw is concerned.
What I like about Savelkools is that she's actually a strong-looking, fit heavyweight. She's got the height, she's got the size, and you can see the athleticism of the athlete. She really is looking quite sharp. And when we do see her, she performs well.
I'm sure you'll agree. She looks a little bit like Karina Bryant.
She does.
When she stands up, you have a look.
I actually think, though, where Karina Bryant, she was very powerful from the hips down, really very, very, very strong legs, but it was out of proportion for the upper body power, and that's what let sometimes Karina down, is that she played more of a waiting game, where when you look at Savelkools, she's really, the shoulders match the hips. She's very, very powerful looking. and an all-rounder as far as strength is concerned. There doesn't seem to be a weakness in that body structure. Well, she's putting a lot of work in there. Althaman trying to work her way into the Newaza. It's always difficult to see where the lapel is going across the face or under the chin. Savokul picks up 2 Shidos, so it's not really looking good for the Dutch athlete. Althaman really knows that she can play a very tactical game here and try and steal this match. But it's more or less been given on a plate there for her. But Althaman, with a Shido herself, has to be careful on how defensive she's going to be in this contest. Savokul's trying to come in the inside with that right hand. As you can see, Althaman, both hands on the lapel, drawing a head-to-head situation, almost head-butting each other there. Savokul's comes round the back, but you can see her head down and she backs off the edge, and Althaman making her look very, very negative there at the edge of the contest. And you can see that face. She's literally, the Dutch girl she knows what's going to happen here. And Savokul, sadly, just couldn't get her game up for this first match. She wasn't prepared to come up against the #1 seed of the day, and sadly goes out in the first round. So Althaman gets over that tough hurdle and now works her way towards that final.
Coming on to mat number 3 now. Tulika Mann of India faces Gabriella Wood of Trinidad and Tobago. Loretta was talking about this being, was this the final of the Commonwealth Championships?
Yeah, this was the Commonwealth Games final, and the Indian did win, Mann, but it was a very close match. There was no doubt about that. Gabriella Wood had a great performance in Warsaw just back in September, so she'll be, hopefully they'll both come out. At the moment, as you can see, there's only Wood that's out there waiting to go.
Well, Miss Mann better find her way to the tatami quick, or else she'll gift the contest to Gabriella Wood.
And we have seen that yesterday, haven't we? A couple that failed to turn up at the tatami.
Okay.
Oh, here she comes.
Right. Okay, just keeping Gabby waiting. Right.
Letting her stew, as they would say.
And it's a very good morning early morning to everybody watching in Trinidad. A few people who are...
This is one of your neighbours, isn't it, really?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Right, there we go. Man in the white judogi, Wood in blue. Oh, they've got some previous before, so they may be a little bit tentative in taking grips. It's Wood who comes to grips first, looks to go right-sided there. So right versus left. Just a little bit of a foot tap from Wood. She could do without walking the way that she is and crossing her feet.
Well, she's got a high collar grip there, but she's a little bit slow to react off a good, strong, controlling grip.
Take advantage of it, yeah. And now Mann's broken that off.
A little bit of an attitude going on there.
Yeah, well, there's no need for her to have picked up a Shido there, because she need not necessarily have been defensive if she just attacked the once. She had a nice strong grip and should have been able to come up with one attack. Wanted to go around the back there with the right arm close to the body.
For me, what's interesting, both of them don't have their matchside coaches. They've not got the same experience on this international level. And they're both wearing the IJF kit, so obviously they failed the judogi control. And this is the sort of percentage that maybe one will have over the other, who can cope without having that support at the side of the mat, considering both are really inexperienced at this world-class level.
She's gone left-sided now, attempting the Tani Otoshi.
Well, this is what happened before in the Commonwealth. She came round the back, but literally lost her balance. She attacked so hard, but had no control of her opponent and landed on her back, and she got held down. So she's got to be careful here. Although she made that real effort to put in an attack.
Man picked up the second penalty. And this is where you're talking about some experience and having a coach in your chair. The thing for
guide them, yeah,
for Wood to do now is to avoid being thrown and make sure she puts in a couple of attacks. That's the end of it. Not going to make any headway there, so the referee calls Mate and stands them up. We've had half the contest now. One big attack and close things down will draw a third Judo for Man, but she's the first to attack with Maki Komi there.
That was tight. That was a tight Maki Komi there, and she could almost got her. She got her moving and was just about braced enough to stop her going over for that Maki Komi.
So it's Wood now who has to come up with the attack, or else she'll pick up a second penalty.
Well, you can see the grip there. It's causing her a few frustrations there. She's not managing to get the second hand on.
Go now.
But she needs that. There's an opportunity.
A little bit better. And here again to go around the back. Little Koichi. Sasai maybe.
Move. That was a good move.
Got to be a bit bigger because the bigger attacks are coming. Oh, she does bring her down onto her side. Yep, and there's Wazari. With a minute left to go, it's Wood who leads now by Wazari. There's a chance for the right leg to come out.
Yep.
Because the way that Man has got that trapped is not the strongest. Yeah, just the longer leg. Here, out it is.
Oh, she needs to hang on tight there.
Now the Osai Komi is on.
Determination on her face.
Trying to sit up, and she does.
Got herself held down. But more importantly, the clock was ticking away at that time. So now they get back up onto their feet with a half a minute. But a lot can happen in a half a minute with the heavyweights. She just needs to dig in deep with that Maki Komi. We know that Man had a really good opportunity earlier on, and it was so close to scoring.
Go now. She managed to get the hand back on the right side there. Needs to drop the hips if she's going to stay there. Nope, that's it now. Fell into it. Can finish off here. Left-sided may not be the strong suit. So it proves needs to stay in there. Just a few seconds left to go. And that is it. A win in a Grand Slam event. It's a first win on the IJF World Tour. She does a couple of things here. Three. First of all, she vanquishes an opponent who has defeated her. Second of all, she scores her first points on the IJF World Tour. And the third thing, those points could be absolutely pivotal in qualifying her for the continental quota. Well, she may be looking at Tokyo here.
She's just one out of qualifying in the continental quota.
Not any longer.
I think that shot her right up there.
Grand Slam win. Yeah. And now she goes up against Maria Suella-Nautherman in the next round. Yeah. Right, okay, so good work there. Let's have a look and see what's happening with the rest of the contests. And David Klamet of the Czech Republic faces Gantula Altenbanger of Mongolia down on mat number 1. That's in the 90 kilo category. We've got more of the 90 kilo category on mat 2. That's Max Stewart of Great Britain. He goes up against Bu Herbelier of China. on mat 2, and then on mat 3 coming up now next, and Fatoumata Mbairo of France faces Anna Maria Valencic of Slovenia. It's Mbairo in the white judogi, Valencic in blue. Choice is yours. You can pick whichever of the mats you want to watch. I think after this we may go to mat number 2, not now but after this one, because Michail Özler of Turkey is up against Abderrahman Benamadi of Algeria. I think that might be a useful contest to watch. Nice diashibare from Valencic. It brings Mbairo down onto a front, but there's no score. But there's an opportunity here for Valencic to work on the ground. If she can wrap up the top half strong, keep strong up there. Can still work on the arm. There's a roll here as well. Here it comes. If she can take the leg, that's a lot of weight to move. Not being funny, but that is a lot of weight. She goes for the far leg. That's the hardest one to reach for, but it's the one that she needed to come up with the turn, and it's not going to happen. Valencic can't manage the turn, and Mbairo can't secure anything, so it's the right time to call mate. Mbairo for me is the second of the heavyweights in France. Roman Dicko would be my pick. But then if I was to look at the physical stature of Mbairo, I'd like to try and see about getting more out of her. There you go. You know, she's got some stuff, Mbairo. It's just a question of getting her geared up. She really is the shape that you would want for a super heavyweight. And she's come back well there to beat Anna Maria Valencic. That's good work. She's just a little bit soft and gentle, Mbairo. Needs, you know, needs a bit of fire under her before she gets going. Right, well, that's a good win. We're going to go to mat number 2. Let's have our first look at the under 90 kilo category. It's Michail Özler of Turkey. He's up against Abderrahman Benamadi of Algeria. It's Özler in the white judogi, Benamadi in blue. Not sure where Benamadi picked up that penalty. He's got one on him anyway.
On tatami 1, in white for Poland, Tomasz Zepaniak. In blue for the People's Republic of China, Chi Yadong.
Chance on the ground there went begging. You don't get given many chances. Two Shidos picked up by Ben Ahmadi. We've got half the contest to go. I can't see this one going the distance now. Ben Ahmadi's going to need to finish Ursula off. That's no easy feat. However, Ben Ahmadi is an extremely experienced fighter. He may yet be able to come up with something a little bit special. Ursula looks to go right side. He thought about going around the back with the right arm. Ursula backed up in that corner, just moves to his right, give him a little bit of space.
For Belarus, Marina Slutskaya.
Minute left to go, and I think
Republic of China, Wang Yan.
it is Ursula who's going to pick up the penalty. Hansoka Make, a third penalty. Well, he wasn't doing anything. There's no good the coach screaming out. He wasn't doing anything. Yeah, they were both defensive. There's no need to change this. They were both defensive. Thanks very much.
Tatami 2. In white for Estonia, Grigori Minashvili. In blue for Serbia, Bojan Dozen.
Right, who have we got now? Grigori Minashkin of Estonia faces Bojan Dosen of Serbia. It's Minashkin in the white judogi, Dosen in blue. Coming up next as well, Shirali Jurayev of Uzbekistan. He'll be up against Arman Adamian of Russia. That should be a good one, eh, Jacko? Jurayev. He's quite a hot property. Mind you, Arman Adamian is one of the most attractive-looking fighters in the under 100 kilo category. Like watching him. Good, strong fighter. He could cause Jurayev some real problems. Still just a single Shido against Minashkin, a little bit watchful against Dosen, waiting for the opportunity to come up with his own little Seonagi. He's pretty useful at that. He's also got a spanking Kataguruma. Maybe we'll get a look at it. Dosen won't want to see it. Well, he won't want to be on the end of it anyway. There you go. Well, hey, this is live. There's no recording here. He didn't listen to me, did he, Dosen? I told him to look out for that. I can't believe that just happened. Oh, dear. If only he had in-air commentary, he would have avoided that.
On tatami 2, in white for Uzbekistan, Sherli Gurayev. In blue for Russia, Arman Adamyan.
Well, this is the contest I've been waiting to see. Sherali Jurayev of Uzbekistan faces Arman Adamyan of Russia. It's Jurayev in the white judogi, Adamyan in blue. This is going to be a really tough contest. Jurayev is a very, very strong and competent player, but Adamyan at the moment is on the up. He's the one with the bit between his teeth and looks spectacular. Really like the look of him. Oh, almost on the hip there, Jurayev. Nice score, Wazari. Koji Gari just bringing Jurayev down. Just slipped the foot in there and over went Jurayev. A little bit softly, if truth be told. But he was off balance. Just put the, was it left foot, I think? Yeah, just put the left foot in and over went Jurayev. Nice score from Adamyan. Those are the kinds of things that make you feel that there's something special about a fighter, because you look for the really big techniques, the big hip techniques, maybe Uranagi and Seonagi Uchimata, but when they've got nice footwork, they've got nice touch, that's when you've got to be a little bit wary, and Jurayev got caught there. Adamyan thought about the Uchimata, but Jurayev just dropped the knee and closed that. He thought about the Koji again there, but the left leg didn't get in there. There's the Uchimata, and over goes Jurayev. Yes, it was quick. Well, Jurayev couldn't slow Adamyan down. That's the man to look out for. He's the danger man in the weight category, I think. You can have all of the established 100-kilo category fighters in there, but Adamyan is the one that they're going to be looking at. Nobody wants to come up against Arman Adamyan of Russia today.
Tatami 1, in white for Australia, Harrison Kazak. In blue for India, Ayai Devilal Mistry.
Right, who have we got coming up next? Have a look round. We're on mat number 2 at the moment. Mikita Zvirid of Belarus faces Avtar Singh of India. It's Zvirid in the white judogi, Singh in blue. We'll stay here with this for the time being. Might be interested in watching Karl Richard Frey of Germany in the under 100-kilo category. That will be down on mat number 1 afterwards. But we'll then we'll be accused of being biased towards Uzbekistan by showing a second Uzbek today, you know. Got to be careful. And people at home watching, and we don't want to appear to be biased one way or the other. We just go to the good contests.
Well, some very, very strong gripping style here. And the Belarusian, he's just biding his time, I think, but the Indian trying to draw that head down and straight away off the first exchange. Sviri works away now, looking to open up his opponent in the Niwaza, but good strong defences from Singh. An Uchimata attempt coming round the back, trapping the left side of his opponent, but oh, nice! Singh comes in with that Kosota, gets the Wazari, good strong attack, and takes the lead with 2.5 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time, but what a good start there for the Indian.
In 2 contests time, we'll start with the plus 100 kilo category, and we'll kick off with a really good one. Levani Matiashvili will go up against Cemal Erdogan of Turkey. I look forward to that one as well. Matiashvili, always nice to watch.
Well, what a great result there for Singh. Another Wazari with exactly the same technique and scoring a Wazari Aseti upon.
He put Zvirid away really well, didn't he?
He did. He made light work of that.
Well, I suppose, seeing as things are going so quickly here, and we want to see Matiashvili, we're not going to go down and see Kasar and Mystery. We're going to hang on here and have a look at Oleksiy Lysenko of Poland. He's up against Ohad Zalan of Hungary. It's Lysenko in the white judogi, Ohad in blue, and coming up next, Matiashvili and Erdogan.
Ohad taking the first grip there.
I want to say good morning to all our viewers from wherever you happen to be. And if you're Polish, then Czech, and if you're Hungarian, Yoreged.
For South Korea, Kim Min-young. In blue for the Ukraine.
And if you're British, good morning.
Yeah, they're not watching, are they?
I don't know, there's some serious judo guys out. Yeah, I was trying to find the nicest word to say, because you just love them. They're such supporters of the World Tour.
I'm still smarting from yesterday's accusation of being biased. I can't get over that. After so long and having tried so hard to be fair to everyone, I get called biased.
We're going to have to give you therapy, dear.
Yeah, I'm shaken up by that. Completely shaken up by that. No scorers yet. We've had the first minute, Lysenko and Ohad.
What a grip there for Lysenko. Brilliant attack there. Got that massive big lift. He came right under the arms there and then drew right under. Core strength coming across with that Kosoda.
Ohad Zalan going over there.
Well, beautiful Kosoda there. Nice finish. Ippon.
Oh, that was huge, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, it was just brilliant.
Right, coming up next, Levani Matiashvili of Georgia. Cemal Erdogan of Turkey. It's Matiashvili in the white judogi, Erdogan in blue. And for the Georgians, Gauma Jerba. And for Turkish fighters, Salam alaikum. Everyone gets greeted today. Matiashvili looks as though he's put on a bit of weight, if that's possible. Just a little bit round the waist, you know?
Yeah, possibly. Do you know what I think? He's actually got, unless it's an IJF kit, his kit actually is a good fit.
It's a good fit, yeah.
Normally it's really tight. And
that's his. He's got one of his. He's obviously made the effort to get a good fit.
If we've been looking at the trend, there's been quite a few that didn't come prepared and have been wearing the IGF gis. So professional always has that one that is snug that he might get away with, and to, well, make sure that he does move through with his own gi on. So it's a 1 and 2. It's a bit like my wardrobe, really. I've got one that I used to be 52s, ones that I'm like hoping to get into, and ones that I do get into that are very comfortable. And I just rotate on how good I've been throughout the year.
You don't need to put a great deal of weight on for the kit to no longer fit.
Oh, I know.
You put a couple of kilos on, and all of a sudden, it just doesn't get there any longer.
Tell me about it.
Matiashvili, arm around the back, but they ran out of room. Maybe that was a good thing for Erdogan, because you don't want to be on Matiashvili's hip. He's just taking a little bit of time, Matiashvili, to get
He's
settled.
Yeah, he's not rushing at all here, is he? He's just biding his time. He's waiting for a great opportunity.
And have you seen the way that he's been moving on the tatami? He's really light on his feet, isn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Nice little bit of footwork. Well, he's threatening with the footwork. Yeah, solid and just plodding.
Yeah.
Not this time. Moving nicely. Just wants to free his hands up. Oh, that was unlucky.
Nice turn.
Yeah.
Just lost the sleeve grip there. It came in for a nice, and it was very upright, that Ippon Cianagi attempt.
Keith S. says he's got 2 Mizunos that don't wrap round any longer.
Welcome to my club.
All that money spent, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, and it's this Erdogan's turn this time.
Erdogan just bounced off his opponent there.
That was brick wall, wasn't it?
He just hit and bounced away, didn't he? He didn't have any effect at all. But look at that head-to-head crunching there going on.
Better grip here from Matiashvili.
Now, this is an opportunity. And as you can see, he's very, like you said, he's very, very light. He can switch direction. The hook in there. Erdogan.
I don't like the edge play from Matiashvili.
He keeps, and he's going nowhere with that.
And he's picked up a penalty. He's so much better if he stays in the middle of the tatami where he can threaten Erdogan. Why are you going over to the side there? And now he's on a second penalty.
And it's not as if he's really been forced
not at
to
all.
the edge.
He's wandered there.
He's backpedaling himself, isn't he? And once more, he had to really correct himself. Ooh. Well, I don't know what's going on with Matiashvili there, but he's playing a very dangerous game. If this was his tactics, to sort of be a little bit more laid back and just wait for that opportunity, because I think that opportunity has come and gone now, and he really has to now take onus of this contest. He's allowed his Turkish opponent to really dominate what's been going on here, and Erdogan is just pushing now, and you can see that he knows he's in a...
Oh, and he's turned him! The first time that he goes in for a big technique, he gets turned.
Goodness me, that was great.
Well, I didn't see that one coming.
I didn't see that big throw coming, I must admit, but I did see the win going to Turkey.
I thought it was going to be a third penalty. He was just looked,
I thought he was going to be disqualified.
He was just playing around.
He probably thought he was going to be disqualified, and that's why he just
go for the big one. Yeah.
And when you just have to, when you're under pressure and you do something like that, well, you've only got yourself to blame.
Lovely Uchimata Sakeshi from Erdogan puts Matiashvili out in round 1. Another Georgian heavyweight who flattered to deceive, unfortunately. Right, coming on to mat number 2 now. What have we got here? I better have to open up this draw sheet, or else I'm not going to be able to read the name. Matiashvili goes out. Erdogan will face Roy Meyer, the number 1 seed, in round 2. On the mat now, Maciej Szanaszki of Poland faces Shakamamad Mimamadov of Tajikistan. It's Szanaszki in the white judogi, Mimamadov in blue.
Well, yeah, that was definitely a major upset. Matishvili going out in the first round. Roy Meyer will be rubbing his hands on that one, because that would have been a really tough first match for Roy Meyer in the second round, as Roy has a bye in the first round. So great opportunity for Roy Meyer to size up the opposition in the first round of those that are coming up right now. See what he's got to contend with. Well, there you have it. Sanashki takes the win. Beautiful counter there. Doesn't seem to have been phased at all in that round and pushed in any shape or form. And eases his way through into the second round.
Becoming 2 in white for Russia, Anton Krivobokov. In blue for Venezuela, Pedro Pineda.
Anton Krivobokov, former cadet world champion.
Yeah.
I remember seeing him win that as a cadet. He was that size already. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I can remember him. He hasn't changed
And his
much
face
at
hasn't
all.
changed.
No, he's still got that baby look, hasn't he?
What a grip.
Well, you could hear that from
Well,
here.
yeah, where we're sitting, that didn't even come through the microphone. That just came up here. Whack. No hanging about from Krivobokov.
Drives him back, just braces on the attempt of the Sianagi. And picks up a Shido for touching the leg.
Rams it in side of the referee in the middle. Himself a former heavyweight. Gives the penalty. Look, see? Another Uzbek in the middle. This time it's the referee.
Oh, yeah.
Krivobokov.
He's actually a really good referee.
Yeah.
Brilliant referee. Saying that, you wouldn't argue with him, would you?
I haven't yet.
No, I wouldn't argue
But
with him.
I do push him around when I see him.
Do you?
Because he always turns around and looks to, you know, be physical with whoever's pushed him. But then he realises it's me and he stops. Oh,
Look
nice,
at that lovely
good score.
Makikomi.
Krivobokov having to cover up there then after the Makikomi. He wasn't in the best position to bring off anything on the ground, so he thought, well, I better defend here. But there was nothing coming from Pineda.
Well, what he had was that Makikomi, but it was just all arm and shoulder. He didn't have the head control to be able to seal the finishing for the Niwaza. And as we know, to really have any success in the Niwaza, you've got to have the head control. And it would have just been a real waste of energy.
Ziget Vari Mercedes.
For a defensive action there, Venezuelan takes the second Shido. He must feel like he's on a hiding to nothing here in this contest. Once more, Krivobokov driving his opponent backwards. Brute strength and weight that gets his opponent over, but a little bit of a manoeuvring in the Niwaza seals the Osakomi. And I just cannot see his opponent getting out of that. Krivobokov takes the win. And he'll be up against Sanashki in that second round.
On tatami 2 in white for Uzbekistan, Behmurod Oltiboyev. In blue for Kyrgyzstan, Yuri Kragovetsky.
You see the way it's worked out?
Tatami 3.
Because if we stay here,
In white for Tunisia.
it's Yaroslan, no, it's Bekmurod Oltiboyev of Uzbekistan to go up against Yuri Krakovetsky of Kyrgyzstan. You know, they're going to accuse us of being biased towards Uzbekistan. It doesn't matter which country you choose, you name it, it's going to happen, isn't it? It's like the third Uzbek that we've shown today already.
They're just so strong, aren't they?
Yeah. Everywhere you look, there's an Uzbek.
But watch the performance. Oltiboyev is definitely one that will challenge a place on that podium today, I think. This is going to be an interesting Krakovetsky. I actually rate him.
You know, he's a
out.
dangerous fighter.
He is a dangerous, I do rate him.
I think he's a little bit, when I say undersized, sometimes you can be size-wise one thing, but you've got the, you know, the kind
heart,
of, the guts and everything, you're
determination.
still hard and tough. He's a little bit too soft for a super heavyweight. He's got, you know, two things going against him. If you're going to be in the super heavyweight division, you need to be big and you need to be tough.
That's sort of commanding of respect on a mat, isn't it? And where you see with Teddy Rino, he comes on and straight away you feel a lesser person, although he's towering over them as well. But he just oozes, it's that presence, he oozes confidence and he owns the tatami.
And look at, what's his name, just recently, who did we just see, Matiashvili?
Matiashvili, yeah.
You know, he just got pushed around, to be honest, didn't he? Edge
what
play
was
all the
going on with him
time and
in that
everything.
match.
I'll go and I'll ask him.
There's something not right there. But again, it could be like jet lag, timing of these events, not getting here on time, and the sort of time differences cause them to have the jet lag. I know that I've suffered quite a bit here for some reason. Normally I'm actually okay, and I had a good day to recover, but just the 3 hours of a difference. You're waking up at 6 in the morning and it's 3 o'clock back home and you just feel like you've not slept, and you should be going to bed. Here it's a good time, but back home it's tea time, so it's got to affect these athletes. But this is why we have these events all over the world, because these athletes have got to prepare and know how to prepare well. I know Sally Conway looked yesterday from Great Britain. She did suffer, I think. Wasn't sleeping very well, but talking to her coach, she was saying that maybe the timing of that flight getting over here was the real problem, not the ability of the athlete, because she just looked out of time, out of sync a little bit. And I think we've got a few athletes like Gahi as well. You sort of think, no, we normally see much more and we expect much more, but they just weren't firing. Matiashvili most probably comes into that category. Well, there you have it. One that we thought would get through on that podium, Oltiboyev again, another one that isn't firing in all cylinders, and Krakovetsky takes the win and he goes through to the next round. So there has been an absolute shake-up here in this plus 100 so far, and makes it very interesting indeed how it will all pan out. Here we have Jonas Frey, very strong athlete, and again, I don't want to give him the kiss of death, but he's a man that's a real contender here for a place on the podium. But who knows now? They've got to get over that first match hurdle for me, because this is what some of the top seeds are not doing.
On tatami 3, in white for Azerbaijan, Irina Ginzerska. In blue for Cameroon, Hortense Vanessa Mbana.
Kazibayev from Kazakhstan in the white fray
On tatami 1 in white for Serbia,
of Germany.
Zarko.
No fray.
In blue
Quite
for
sure how
Romania,
you
Vlado
pronounce
Simenes.
that. A little bit of an accent there. Ochigari from Jonas. Straight in. Showing a lot of determination here in the early seconds of this contest. Brother Carl Richard Frey, very strong athlete as well. Two extremely big guys from one family. Great sparring partners though for each other. Kazakhstan trying to come over the back there, as you can see with that left hand. Opts for a lapel grip at the moment. And with the right hand seeks out his opponent's left side, but as you can see, Frey just keeping that arm at bay, trying not to allow his opponent to take the second hand on. Battle of the Kumikata here, and the German's now going to pick up his second Shido. He was being defensive and he was obstructing his opponent, really, for getting that second hand on.
In white for the People's Republic of China, Yamin Yanan. In blue for Turkey, Kaira Said.
Frey, left hand on the lapel. Sleeve grip now, throws the left round the back, but doesn't connect this time. Finds himself just hovering over on that Uchimata. Double stab at it there with the Tayatoshi. Again, losing any effect on that due to the poor grips that he had on the entry. 2 Shidos to 1, a minute and a half now left in this contest. German with the right hand on the lapel. Head-to-head, crunching style. Uchimata once more from the Kazakhstan. The German now digs in, trying to get some sort of opening there in the Niwaza. I think it's like moving a house down there. He just didn't even have any impact at all on getting even a bit of a hovering of a turnover off his opponent. Well, a bit of an injection of life to really come into either one of these athletes. German coming in with the Ochigari there. He's got a good strong grip and he wants to go that little bit deeper. I didn't think there was anything wrong in his grip. I think what was wrong, he just didn't use it. And sometimes you've just got to be a little bit gutsy enough, and it's not the positioning of the grip, it's how you work and get an action so that your opponent reacts to open up and throw either with the Ochigari or the Uchimata. Playing around with just inches on where the hand is placed on the back. When you've got 2 hands on and you've got a secure grip, you keep it.
On tatami 1, in white for Azerbaijan, Kushami Kokaldi. In blue for Kyrgyzstan.
Well, Kazakhstan, as you can see, rubbing his hands a little bit. It's obviously hurt either his fingers or his hands, so it's affecting his grip possibly. But 2 Shidos apiece. It's been a slow match, a slow start for both of them, and now it's really about who's going to step it up a pace or two. Kazakhstan sending out too many messages, and the German just peppering him to the post each time. No hands on, and this is the danger for the Kazakhstan. The Sianagi was there. But again, a couple of attacks for the German, another one again, and this has got to be all over and done with. That's 3 attacks, one after the other. Third and final Shido's got to come, and there you have it. So 3 for Germany goes through to the next round.
On tatami 2, in white for Azerbaijan, Jahin Kharamanov. In blue for Bosnia-Herzegovina, Harun Zadikovic.
Well, here you have the Azerbaijan, Gavramanov in the white. Zadikovic, Bosnia-Herzegovina in the blue. And the Azerbaijan there. Nice little bit of footwork there going on. Looks to be a little bit dangerous with his feet, so Zadikovic has got to be have his wits about him, not to skip too much. His feet quite solid on the ground. Azerbaijan drawing deep over on the high collar grip, trying to get his opponent's head down a little bit closer to his own. As you can see, that's the advantage of the Zadikovic. He's got that height.
Ali Al-Tadamaki in blue for Mongolia.
Although it may not seem so much of a difference, but to be able to get that high collar grip, reaching up is much harder than just drawing down. And there you have the grip being drawn across the chest there, looking for the Osotogari. The Azerbaijan switching to the Uchimata.
On tatami 3. In white for South Korea.
Well, an attempt of
in blue for
that
Poland,
flying
Paula
Makikomi
Kulana.
with no contact whatsoever. And there we go. Yeah, I was waiting for the Shido, because that was just very poor timing for the Bosnian. So Zadikovic and Garamanov, both with a Shido apiece. But Garamanov there, scoring a Wazari, now following it through into the Niwaza and securing the Osakomi. Doesn't have a lot of control in the upper body, but it's enough against Zadikovic, and he takes the win and goes through to the next round.
On tatami 2, in white for
So
Spain,
now we come
Nicolas
to the under
Sherazadishvili.
90 kilos, and the number one seed
Muzen Khalmouzdai.
places our tatami here.
Neither fighter wanted this draw.
No, no, not at all. Horrible for second round match.
You know, if you are Hussein Khalmouzdai trying to make your way in the under 90 kilo category, you don't want to be coming up against the number one seed, former world champion Nicolas Sherazadishvili in your first fight. So,
No, it's not an ideal start of the day, is it?
at the same time, Sherazadishvili doesn't want to start his day with, you know, a Russian whose quality is way beyond where his ranking list is at the moment. Oh, well, that's the way it's worked out.
Now it's a bit of a battle of trying to get some control. Sherazadishvili picks up a Shido, but Khalmouzdai also has Shido in the first minute of this contest. Well, Khalmouzdai seems to have a bit of the upper hand on the grips, to the frustration of the Spaniard.
Tatami 1, in white for South Korea, Kim Sung-min. In blue for Germany, Sven Heindler.
And the Spaniard's chasing him. He's got that high collar grip, the right hand blocking the left shoulder, but not for long. And we'll get another Shido for both of them. Well, this has turned out to be quite a flat match, really. They're, both of them are just battling away here just to grip up. I think Khalmouzdai is more of a tactical ploy against a tough opponent. He's just out gripping him, frustrating him. Where the Spaniard himself is just desperately to try and get two hands on him. He's not managing to do, but he is chasing him. Oh, Chigari, oh yes. Nice start there. Now this will open it all up for the Russian. He'll have to come out now if he gets that opportunity to start fighting back. There was a lot of tactics being played in that first 2.5 minutes of the contest. Now Sherazadishvili changes the dynamics of this contest, opens it all up now in favor of the Spaniard. Khalmouzdai now has to really open up and fire in there and create something special, which then makes him very dangerous as a target for another throw. Spaniard straight in, got that grip right over the top, able to brace and block Khalmouzdai off the Sutemi Waza. Now the Spaniard coming in the Niwaza, digging in deep. We're into the last minute now. Spaniard leads with the Wazari. The Russian really having now to step his game up. But he's still looking to just out-grip, and what he needs to be is just out-throw him. We haven't really seen a major attack. There was a Sutemi Waza attempt earlier on, but got the hand on that hip. He's just backing out the back door there and trying to get away, and he could pick up his third and final Shido here.
Yeah.
So although the tactics looked like they were working at the beginning, it went all flat when that score came in, and Sherazadishvili takes the win and goes through to the third round.
On tatami 2, in white for Germany, Eduard Trippel. In blue for Slovakia, Peter Zilka.
Well, this will be quite an interesting match. Two strong opponents up against each other. I just love when Edward Trippel comes in. He's like it's like he's running into a playground. He just runs out there. He's, oh, let me at him, let me play. And
That's his way, yeah.
Boosts of energy, and it is exciting to watch because you always think, what is he going to back that up with? Silka with that little bit more maturity, I feel, in his judo. Will have a real tactical game plan here against Edward Trippel, where Edward Trippel just wants to throw. He just wants to win. He's got that. That's his game plan. Go out to win, go out to throw big.
On tatami 1, in white for the Ukraine, Yagi
What
in blue for Slovenia, Vito Dragic.
Well, Zilka took flight there. He got his wings on that one. He was almost the pilot of his own plane there, off the result of that nice lift there for Edward Trippel. He just didn't have that little spin at the end, but he definitely had us all on the edge of our seats. Very unorthodox style there, trying to draw down on his opponent's right sleeve. Got the right hand on the lapel, left hand controlling his opponent's right sleeve. Switches through the other direction now. Sorry attempt.
On tatami 3, in white for Germany, Luis Malzahn. In blue for Mexico, Liliana Cardenas.
Edward Trippel coming in with the Ochi Uchimata. He braced quite hard there, allowing Silka an opportunity to maneuver himself round to try and get a counter of that exchange. Now Trippel looking for an opening, and he doesn't seem to have much on offer there. Uchigari from Silka. That was a very strong attack, but there was, as he hooked in with the Ochi, he was driving in, he allowed his opponent to be too high, which gave him that hopping effect, rather than taking it directly to the ground, driving down rather than driving back with his opponent. And a little bit more hip in and braced down on his opponent. Silka with two Shidos. Very frustrating time for him out there. 3.5 minutes and still no closer of getting past Edward Trippel. this is a 50-50, but nice lift there. Again, like we saw in the early seconds of this contest, where he had that massive big opening that got us off our seats. Once more this time you could see what he was attempting off the belt, using the knee to get that leverage, but he was square chest to chest, and he needed to be able to get that rotation and the head movement off it. And having that rotation of your head, the shoulders follow, and the body will then put into the position of getting his opponent onto his back. But sadly, he wasn't able to get that shoulder head movement to finish it off. Too much of a lock-in, but there's the Ouchigari directly, very nicely. And he'd been threatening all the way through, from the beginning right up until the last second of this contest. And Edward Triple goes through to the next round of the under-90s. And sadly for Silka, he's out of the competition in that second round. Well, let's go across to mat number 3, where we have Chala of Ecuador up against Prodan of Croatia. Now, for me, Prodan is one of these athletes. She's a young athlete coming through, but has been progressing very nicely in a very confident way through this year. And for me, is a real contender now, starting to be a real contender in the under-78s. Although there's quite a lot of competitors that are a class act here in the under-78s here at this tournament, I think Prodan is one of them that's got a chance of getting herself on that podium here today. Well, if she has anything of a performance like her teammate Barbara Matic yesterday, then she will be on that podium. Carla trying to get that arm over the top. Strong defense against Chala, who's persevering there, as you can see, trying to get that rotation at the end. Maneuvering Prodan over the top, but it didn't work. There was a good block from the Croatian, who picks up her first Judo now with 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Well, Carla looking a little bit uncomfortable there for some reason. Maybe a bit of a twist on the knee, I'm not quite sure. But Chala really digging in deep here. Strong, oh, what a throw! Well, that was really committed there. That Kosoto, she almost turned it in to a variation of a Kataguruma, but what an entry, and she pushed right through to the from the beginning to the end. I think the care system will have a look at it, but there it was, a Wazari. Well, to the opposite side though. I think it was Chala's one, and she'll have something to say about it, but yeah. Maybe when we looked at the beginning to think who would come through on the next round, well, my money was on Prodan, and now I think I have to really eat my words, because although it's still 1.5 minutes, Chala is doing extremely well in this contest. She really is. Again, that Osotogari, but this time with no upper body control. A bit more of a An attack under pressure.
On tatami 1.
Prodan trying to get a high collar grip. She doesn't seem to maintain the grips as long as she would like to. Chala once more coming in for that Osota into the Makakomi, but this time you can see it's just had the wrist there as she was trying to rotate. Needs to come in a lot deeper, but it's a risky thing to do when you're a Wazari up, is to maybe commit too deeply. She needs to stay busy. She needs to stay totally engaged in this contest, but commitment without a grip, that's dangerous. Now Chala will pick up a second Shido there as she fell to the ground to avoid that Osotogari. Well, no, they're going to let that one slide. 35 seconds remaining. Chala has a back turn to her opponent, and that looked pretty negative to me as well. And in fairness to Prodan, such an awkward stance there from Chala, but she will pick up the Shido for a defense. But with 14 seconds to go, unless she drops blatantly, can't see her losing this one. But Prodan piles the pressure on, throws the arm over the top, tries to dig in. She's got one chance, and that was it. And sadly, she didn't take full advantage of just rushed it too quick. She had enough time. She's technically strong enough, but that was a lost opportunity there. So Vanessa Chala goes through to the next round in the under 78 kilos.
On tatami 3, in white for the United States of America, Nefeli Papadakis. In blue for South Korea, Lee Yeong-yun.
So now we're in the under 78 kilo category. Papadakis of the USA in the white, and she's up against Lee of Korea.
On tatami 2.
Papadakis Cadet World Championships back in 2015 was 5th place there.
Tatami 2 in white for Serbia, Nemanja Majdov. In blue for Great Britain, Max Stewart.
Quite sure the Americans are looking for a strong heavyweight. Maybe they see a potential in this young lady. Papadakis working off the sleeves, a couple of turns there. Well, the American looking the busier of the two. She reaches forward, trying to get the desired grip. But has to be careful on that side skipping action, that she doesn't skip too close to the edge. Nice and light and open, but more importantly needs to have a better control on Lee. As you can see Lee working from the sleeves only, but I'm not quite sure. Well, there we can see why. Drops in with just the sleeve grips, gets that shoulder right through, and the American just rides that attack, but picks up the second Shido. Well, at the moment, the American's playing to the strengths of Lee. As far as the grips are concerned, she's taken second best there. She needs to now take onus of this contest. She has to take control, and she has to do her judo. Got to be careful and breaking off that grip in the lapel. Has to dig in deep. A little bit more aggressive now from the American. A change of pace is what's needed to sort of fire this all up. Lee being very comfortable in how this has progressed. Playing a bit of a waiting game at the moment. And although the American looking very busy, really hasn't got a finish at the moment. A lot of energy, and you have to admire her for that. But channeling that energy into a more productive way would give her something on the board. She came round the back, she needed to get in front off that cross grip. Dig in deep, she needs to work there in the Niwaza, but has she got an opportunity? Well, from this angle we can't see really what there is on offer. Well, board stays the same, 2 Shidos to 1. Babadas coming in with Sianagi, but you can just see too much of a gap between her and her opponent. She got herself all knotted up as she spun through there. She's looking at the scoreboard and she's looking at the 2 Shidos. She most probably was unaware that she'd picked up a second Shido. Totally focused on this contest and not have an understanding of what's happening at the moment. But we're coming close to golden score now, but she's put a lot of work in there, and there's another attack, but as you can see, she turns and drops so quickly to the ground that she hasn't got any opportunity to break the balance and get a lift off her opponent and a finishing touch to it. So here we have now golden score, 2 Shidos to the American. Papadakis really has to work now. It has to be all hers, but she has to secure some sort of lifeline there. Taking second best on the grip doesn't give her an opportunity to, although she's turning in on several occasions, it's making very little impact on her opponent. There's too much space between her and the Korean. Again, that drop from the sleeves. It's not the tidiest. In fact, it's starting to look quite negative. And definitely it's got to be so irritating for the American, who has put so much effort in there, but still finds herself trailing with those 2 Shidos lingering above her head, knowing that one more would result in a disqualification. Lee once more drawing those shoulders in off the sleeve grip. And I think this is going to be all over and done with for the American. There was a couple of those attacks, one too many. And there you have it. And Sokimaki, sadly for the American, who goes out in round 1. And a win for Lee, who will move through to the second round. And Lee will be up against Wagner from Germany in that next round. And now we have Ontomashi of Cuba in the white. Voila of Algeria. Now Ontomashi, just recently coming back from a gold medal in Brasilia a couple of weeks ago, on form at the moment. Making light work of that first round match as she goes through to the second round.
On Tatami 3, in white for Chinese Taipei, Zhu Wang Shuhei.
Coming up
in blue
next,
for Russia, Antonina Shmeleva.
Zhu Chuhei of Chinese Taipei. She's up against Antonina Shmeleva of Russia. Mat number 2, it's Artu Lamanen of Finland against Francisco Balanta of Colombia. And then down on mat number 1, Islam Bozbayev of Kazakhstan is up against Gantolga Altanbanga of Mongolia. Those are your choices. Click on whichever mat you want to watch. If you want to watch number 1, Bozbayev and Gantolga, mat number 2, Lamanen and Balanta, and mat number 3 is Zhu Wang and Shmeleva. Still in round 1 here. Let's go down to mat number 1 and take a look at Islam Bozbayev of Kazakhstan. He's up against Gantolga Altanbanga of Mongolia. We'll follow that with Ivan Felipe Silva Morales of Cuba against Thomas Japaniak of Poland. But we join the contest between Bozbayev and Gantolga with, well, we've had 40-odd seconds.
On Tatami 2, in white for Serbia, Alexander Kokoyi. And in blue for Iceland, Egil Blondal.
Gantolga looking to go over on the left side there, but gets thrown right-sided from Bozbayev. Nice, low, right-sided Morote Seonage. Gantolga just giving Bozbayev a little bit of a nudge there. Plenty of time left on the clock.
On Tatami 3, in white for Thailand, Ikumi Oeda. And in blue for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Oh no. For South Africa, Onel Sneeman.
Two minutes left to go. Bozbayev has got a long time to hang on if he's going to try and keep Gantolga out. You might want to try and finish this off. That would probably be the better idea.
Tatami 2, in white from Turkey, Michael Otterler. And in blue from Estonia, Glenn Christopher Kaljujan.
Still got the feeling that Gantolga could come back from here. He gave up the score quite early on. Kuzbayev looks a little bit defensive here, yeah. And he picks up a second penalty. Gantolga, oh, he walks onto that. Komi now really did. He just walked onto that. Well, he'd already had Wazari scored against him, Gantolga. So once the Osai Komi was called, there was only 10 seconds needed for the Osai Komi, and that was fairly easily done by Islam Kuzbayev. Yep. Right, coming up next, Ivan Felipe Silva Morales of Cuba goes up against Tomasz Rzepaniak of Poland. It'll be Silva Morales and the white judogi, Rzepaniak in blue.
On tatami 3 in white from Kosovo, Loriana Kuka. And in blue from Uzbekistan, Nodira Yuldasheva.
Silva Morales easily blocking that effort there from Rzepaniak. Gonna have to come up with something a little better than that. Rzepaniak picking up a penalty for passivity there. Silva Morales looking nice and calm. Slightly better effort there from Szczepaniak. Got himself into a good position and then had to come out. Kind of livened up Silva Morales. Odd how that single attack just made Silva Morales look a little bit sharper in the next exchange.
On tatami 3, in white from China, Chen Fei. And in blue from Portugal, Patricia Sampaio.
Still no scorers yet, just that single Shido against Szczepaniak. Silva Morales shaping to go over on the left side, and Szczepaniak just that little bit careful, a little bit watchful. He knows just how dangerous Silva Morales can be. And that wasn't the best way of avoiding it, was it? Taking that dive. Got away with it.
Category change on mat 2, under 100 kilos, in white from Korea, Cho Huang, and in blue from France, Cyril Vare.
Well, it took a while to come, didn't it, the score, but when it did, just shaded out there, Szczepaniak. Gave a little opening for Silva Morales, and that was all he needed, the Cuban, and he goes into the next round. Okay, coming up next, John Jane of the United States of America faces Avtandil Chedikishvili of Georgia. It'll be Jane in the white judogi, Chedikishvili in blue. Round 2 of the under 90 kilo category on mat 2, and I think that's where we're going to go. We're going to go to mat number 2. Cho Guam of the Republic of Korea faces Cyril Marais of France. It'll be Cho in the white judogi, Marais in blue. We join the contest with a little over 2 minutes left to go. There's no score as yet. Cho wants to get on with it. Marais still tidying up his gi. Both fighters have picked up a penalty. We've got a little over well, just under a minute and a half left to go, and Cho takes a bit of a whack. I'm sure that everybody that goes up against Cho must say how difficult they find it to compete against him. First of all, they tend to be that much taller than he is. He's the shortest in the weight category. And then he's really unorthodox in as much as he attacks at different times and from different angles from the rest of the fighters in his weight category. Oh, that's a nice score. Good one from Cho at the 40-second mark. Oh. Now there's half a minute left for Mare to try and come up with something. Here comes Mare now, having to chase the contest for the remaining 20-odd seconds. Cho Guam it is who wins out there. Cyril Mare coming up against, well, it's not unfair to call Cho Guam an awkward opponent. He's also a very good one, but he is awkward. So into round 3 goes the #1 seed. He'll face Grigory Menashkin of Estonia. Coming up next, Rafael Buzzacarini of Brazil goes up against Aaron Farah of Austria. It's Buzzacarini in the white judogi, Farah in blue. We're going to stay here for a bit. We won't be tempted by anything else, anywhere else. So if you are interested in watching the under 90 kilo category, that's taking place down on mat #1. You'll have to click on mat #1 to see that. Or the under 78 kilo category, that's taking place down on mat #3. Just click on 3 and you will get that. Buzzacarini in the white judogi, Farah in blue. Couldn't get his feet in the right place there, Buzzacarini. He ended up sideways on and at the side.
Yeah.
At Farah's side. He wants to be a little bit further around. Well, he knows that. And I dare say many of you at home watching know that too. So it's kind of stating the obvious. But Farah, big grip around the back now.
That was dangerous, wasn't it?
I'm not at all sure that he didn't just, you know...
Direct.
But it was, wasn't it? It was just, you know, there wasn't anything there before.
No.
He's lucky to get away with that, you know, because he didn't launch an attack But he did put Buzzacarini at a disadvantage because Buzzacarini had to defend that. And my feeling was he was defending a direct attack.
Yeah, both hands on at the same time. Buzzacarini really impressed me in Brasilia a couple of weeks ago. I thought he fought extremely well there.
I'm just looking back. Sorry, I called you away. There was an hip
my
on.
head turned and
Oh, goodness. Well, I'd be interested to see how Buzzacarini did that. Yeah.
Well, for me, when looking at that match, Farah was really just trying to flex a bit of muscle, wasn't he, rather than actually a stylish throw. Buzzacarini, for me, is always a stylish athlete. He's got great judo. And although he was getting a little bit manhandled, he managed to compose himself, control the situation, and just hit him at the right time with some pure judo. So Buzzacarini goes through to the next round, and again, he's starting to look very good out there. I was really, like I said, I was really impressed with him in Brasilia, and I'm sure he'll go far in this competition.
And on tatami 3 in white for Slovenia, Klara Apotekar, and in blue for South Korea, Yeon Hyun-ji.
Now we have Adamin of Russia just defeating Dugasi, and that was within 25 seconds, so no messing around there for the Russian as he takes himself directly into the third round against Buzzacarini. I don't even think Buzzacarini most probably had an opportunity to turn back, wait at the corner to watch the match. It was all over and done with. Lukhavsaran of Mongolia now in the white up against Galandi of Germany. Well, the Mongolian trying to brace down on that shoulder to draw him back into an Osakomi position, but as you can see, the German defended quite nicely. Didn't seem to be too phased in the transition work. Well, this is what I really dislike, is that you can see that grip on the bottom of the sleeve. It just looks so negative. And but at this point it's difficult to say who is more negative than the other. You would have said the Mongolian is driving that hand down, but there didn't seem to be too much resistance from the German to try and get the hand back out. But who has control at this moment? As you can see, the Mongolian has the control of that hand going down, and both of them pick up, because although he is directing it, the Mongolian, what you're not getting is the German doing anything about it. Hence the reason both of them picking up that Judo. Well, Galandi trying desperately to engage with his opponent. but each time you can see that sleeve being caught up there. And now being edged back to the side of the contest area. Well, the Mongolian really dictating here the pace of this contest. Not one of the most attractive contests we've seen so far, but there was an opportunity with a reverse Seoinage, and the Mongolian trying desperately to get out of the contest area. Temiwaza. Galandi's starting to open up a little bit now and taking a little bit more onus in this contest. With 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining, still a Judo apiece. The Mongolian leading with the head, wrapping the arms, drawing down on his opponent. A real grappling style as Galandi tries to rescue himself halfway through that movement. Well, it wasn't a very attractive. That was a Wazari, then that wasn't nice. It was not nice judo, I must admit. It was just like powering his opponent over. There was no skill involved in that, so you would hope that that wasn't going to be the deciding factor of this second round match. I don't think it was a Wazari. The referee, on the other hand, was on the other side, so he wouldn't have seen the real true landing of that technique, so better to check rather than go with his gut instinct. Right, well, Galandi has to have to come back with a couple of attacks here. Stretches across and then turns his back on the Mongolian. He's got to be careful on that because he was right in there trying to pounce on him while his back was turned. Oh, it comes round the back. Nice little maneuver there. Now, that was a little bit more exciting. He came in for what looked to be a Seoinage move to the front, but that leg was around the back for a rear attack. And here is looking for the counter from the forward attack off of Galandi. Well, the danger I see for the German is that if he turns his back, there's a possibility of him getting countered. The Mongolian is looking for that. We've seen it a couple of times where he's ventured in, feeding him an opening for a forward attack, and then he's ready for the counter. So Galandi's got to be careful here. The German's got to really possibly work with his feet, look busy with the feet, create an opening of a doubler. So a combination rather than a direct approach would most probably be more suitable for the German. The Mongolian powering his opponent, dictating the pace in which this goes. He's quite happy for it to be a slower process, a stop and start situation. But I think here the German has got to shake this all up a bit. He's playing into the hands of the Mongolian. And it just seems there again, there was another opportunity of the counter. Wraps up that arm. Sutemi was her attempt there. Oh, and a nice little maneuver. And Ippon for Galandi. So the German eventually gets what he was looking for. The Sutemi Waza was great. and he would have had him in the Osakomi as well, I think. Well, what seemed to be quite an ugly match, a lot of grappling and very little action, ended up quite exciting really at the end, and Galandi takes full credit for that and moves through into the next round. Now, in that next round, it'll be against the winner of this match now on our screen. Now we have seen representing India in the white and representing Kazakhstan, Kaliev in the blue. Both pick up a Shido apiece just into the first half a minute of this contest. Great start for both of them. Kazakhstan, good strong grip there. He's looking for that sleeve as well as he backs his opponent towards the edge of the contest area. But Singh had quite an impressive first round match against Varid, the Belarus athlete. Throwing him for a pawn. So he's definitely a big thrower, the Indian. Almost got himself caught with the ashiwaza, with that little side skip that he was putting in there. Kazakhstan now digging in there in the niwaza, but as you can see, Singh looking quite comfortable in the ground. .38 judokas participating in the under 100 kilograms. Cho being the #1 seed, and Corel of the Netherlands being the #2 seed. Well, a lot of these contests we've seen so far in the under 100 kilos have not been so much technical, not a lot of big throwing going on or real opportunities of the throws, but it's been more tactical. There's been a lot of heavy gripping, especially on that lower sleeve. It's not always the most attractive, and I think what we're seeing is a bit of a trend here, that athletes are working to the lower sleeve, but they're drawing down on that sleeve, so it's very borderline of being a negative rather than a positive.
In blue for Poland, Alexei Lysenko.
Well, Singh goes through to the next round. He'll be up against Galandi, and El Nahaz now coming up. Again, another strong contender for Canada for a medal on in this tournament. Lysenko representing Poland. A great start. El Nahaz, that high collar grip that was quickly disposed of by Lysenko. And Lysenko taking a Shido. Elnahaz throwing that left hand round, trapping the right side of his opponent. As you can see, Lysenko trying to control that left sleeve. Elnahaz traps the arm, rotates through for an attempt of a Makakomi. Lysenko trying to set it up, got the first grip. Elnahaz a little bit too quick to react, needs to take his time and set up his technique a little bit better. He left himself a little bit vulnerable there in the Niwaza exchange. Elnahaz, great judo. Just needs to calm this down a little bit. It's his first match of the day, so he can be forgiven for being a little bit reacting under pressure. But when the nerves have calmed, he can start thinking straight. He's picked up a second Shido now and needs to give himself a little bit of time to compose himself out here. I don't think he's under as much pressure as he's reacting to. Let's get that strong lifeline, that lapel. Sutemi Waza for the Tomonagi, then tries to draw him down to play in the Niwaza. Lysenko taking the second Shido, which puts a little bit more pressure on Lysenko. Cannot afford that. Oh, a lovely Osodagari. With a bit of a combination there going on, but good reaction from Lysenko to avoid being scored on with that Osoto. It was very, very deep. He was in a good position there, but a great reaction from Lysenko as they dig in deep looking for the desired grip. Lysenko takes that left sleeve. He knows that's the danger. As you can see, Elnahaz having to work without the power of the left hand in the position that he normally desires. But still looks very powerful when he's able to rotate, even though he's only working off the right. Oh, what a finish there. Beautifully done. And didn't wait for the grip up. He was straight off the mate situation, opened himself out. Koichigari, beautifully done, and moves straight into the third round.
In white for the Netherlands, Simeon Caterina. In blue for Chile, Thomas Briceno.
Well, this is another athlete that we've been watching closely throughout the year. Caterina from the Netherlands. He's up against Briceno of Chile in the blue. Nice entry there for the Cianagi. Sadly, just didn't have that little oomph at the end to drive him over. Caterina with the high left hand on the collar, draws down on his opponent's right side, drawing the left arm out slightly. A Sasai attempt there. He has a great combination, but returned by an attempt of the Sasai. Both leaning down. Well, there was an opportunity there that Katharina had there. He didn't react. He was playing a bit of a waiting game, too long of a waiting game, in fact. Picks up a Shido, so it's a Shido apiece. And we're coming into 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. The Dutchman there, as you can see, with the right hand on the lapel. As much as his lifeline, it's a defence, a good strong defence, but switches for an Ouchi-gari. Well, this seems to be quite a popular technique, the Ouchi and the Kouchi, gari and gaki. So the feet are working very well throughout the day. And the Buzari now on the board for the Dutchman. So that will alleviate a little bit of pressure for Katharina, knowing that it's now in the driving seat, but there is always that danger lurking around that Vicino is capable of throwing. He looks to be a very strong, capable man. Although Katharina's shows a lot of maturity in his judo, he's still a young athlete that has manoeuvred himself nicely through the senior ranks on this world tour, but at times does tend to make 1 or 2 mistakes that has cost him some places and medals. Sianagi, great block and a nice counter. Oh, again, the Kouchi. Yeah, the Ouchi-gari, now the Kouchi-gari. Great win. Katharina goes through to the next round. And the next one will be an absolute humdinger, as you've got El Nahaz from Canada in that next round with Katharina. Good matchup. So that'll be very interesting to watch. Now, this is going to be a nice one. Coming up, it's the plus 100 kilograms. Second round, the #1 seed, Roy Meyer, who had an excellent World Championships. Bronze medalist in the World Championships in Tokyo. Up against Erdogan of Turkey. Now, Erdogan started off extremely well. He'll be very confident after his last performance, where he defeated Matiashvili of Georgia. Made light work of that. Matiashvili obviously was on a different planet when he fought his first match, and now has had an early shower and only a spectator here, but I'm sure we'll find out what affected his performance here today, but quite a big surprise for us all. Erdogan, as you can see, with that right high collar grip. And there's not many times that you can see Maya being drawn in like that. He's a very, very powerful athlete in the plus 100s. A very physical judoka, and doesn't normally get his head caught up like that and out-gripped, and to a point out-fought in the opening minute of this contest. Erdogan taking it Desperately trying to get that sleeve. Maya coming in with the Cianagi. Drops out of sight of Erdogan. Well, as you can see, he's really wanting that sleeve grip, and we can see why, as Maya drops underneath once more for an attempt of that Cianagi. Giving him that free range with that hand is obviously quite dangerous for Erdogan. And he picks up a Judo. A little bit of warning as we come to the halfway mark now of this contest. Maya, two very strong Cianagi techniques. And we all know that that is a real danger. Give him that free hand. And that's what you get. The Cianagi once more, a couple of times. So for Erdogan, he's got to take that, and as he is trying, take that right sleeve. Try and slow down the pace, block the turn. So easy said than done. As you can see, trying desperately, but this time he throws that right hand over himself. Comes in deep, shows the right side as the hips start to float through. Maya defending, blocking the movement. Just one Judo in it. Tactically, it's quite an interesting match, really. But there you have on the counter. And it was a bit of a soft Wazari, but I can see where he had the control and he was able to brace on the attack from Turkey.
On tatami 3.
Cianagi once more, he's got that free hand, that right hand that's floating about there, that builds up momentum as he drops through and piles on more pressure. Now the frustration here is that Erdogan is down a Wazari. He'll need to open up, and when you open up and you're slightly taller than your opponent, and Maya has very, very sharp reactions, especially off that Cianagi, he can be very dangerous, but timing was a little bit poor on that one, and he backed himself off the contest area, which could be looked as a very negative attack, and that's what the referee looked at that. Picks up the Judo, 20 seconds, but he's up a Wazari. That's the first Judo he's got throughout this contest. So he's not under extreme pressure, but he has to be careful. Cianagi once more. Well, it's an attack. It's not one of the most stylish techniques we've seen, but he gets in first every time, to the frustration of his opponent.
On tatami 1, in white for Israel, Peter Topolsky. In blue for Kazakhstan.
So Roy Maya goes through to the next round, the third round of this competition.
On tatami 2, in white for Poland, Maciej Sawnaczki. And in blue for Russia, Anton Krivobokov.
So now we're going on to the next round. So the winner of this will meet Roy Meyer in the third round of the competition. Zaneski of Poland in the white. Krivobokov of Russia in the blue. Zaneski, as you can see, towering over Krivobokov. Right to left stance. Bit of a stalemate at this moment. Neither one of them manoeuvring past the first grip. Kosota. Oh, nicely executed. Ippon, and Krivobokov goes down like a ton of bricks there. Zaneski takes the win and a place in the third round, and he made that look so easy as he clambered over his opponents. It was full body weight directly through the Russian, and the Russian really had nowhere to go other than on his back.
In blue for Germany, Johannes Frey.
Now we have Krakovetsky versus Frey in the blue. Krakovetsky in white. Krakovetsky defeating Oltaboyev in the first round. It was a great match, and that will have built his confidence up venturing through into this next round.
On tatami 1, in white for Peru, Jose Luis Arroyo Osorio. And in blue for Turkey, Mert Sismata.
Well, 2.5 minutes have gone. A Shiro piece, and now Krakovetsky picks up the second and Frey picks up. So it's a battle on who can get the first Shiro and the disqualification. Very little happening between both of them. The Sutemi was an attempt there from the German, though. Didn't get much leverage on that. Oh, 1.5 minutes. 2 Shidos apiece. Once more, the Sutomiwaza attempt from the German. Seen it quite a few times and hasn't made much impact on his opponent. To a point that it was another Shido and a disqualification. So Kakavetsky goes through to the next round. Compliments of the German, Frey. He'll be pretty disappointed with that. Up against a very tough opponent.
On tatami 2. In white for the Ukraine, Alexander Gordienko. In blue for Azerbaijan, Shahin Kharamanov.
Godorenko of the Ukraine in the white. Garamanov of Azerbaijan in the blue. Goranimov starting off extremely well there. Came in with Uchimata. Godorenko towering over his opponent though. Looks a powerful beast there. As you can see, draws on the right side of the Azerbaijan. Reaches across for the Osota, switches it almost to the Makakomi, but it collapsed on the transition. Goranov coming in once more for that Uchimata. Extreme gripping style, stretches, that leaves himself so vulnerable as he attempts the Uchimata, gets countered there and now almost gets held down. So the Ukraine takes the lead. Two and a half minutes remaining. Godorenko with a Wazari now on the board. And the Azerbaijan has got some work now to come back into this contest. Gets the high collar grip. Godorenko now starts to control that right sleeve of the Azerbaijan. He finds himself on the receiving end of the Uchimata. A little bit more pulling action on that right sleeve was required to get any closer to scoring with Uchimata.
On tatami 3, in white for the Ukraine, Yelizaveta Kalamina. In blue for South Korea, Han Mi-jin.
Karamanov trying desperately to get the higher collar. He comes in with the Osotagari, a little bit of a turn round, but Godorenko spins around towards the supporting leg and again gets that counter once more for a Wazari Osetiapon. Godorenko goes through to the third round and he'll be up against Kakavetsky in that third round match.
On tatami 2, in white for Spain, Nicolas Jarzanishvili. In blue for Georgia, Papanashvili.
So now we come to the under 90 kilos where we got the delight to watch the #1 seed, Shirazad Dishvili of Spain in the white, Papanashvili of Georgia in the blue.
In blue for the People's Republic of China, Adihem Mubatu.
Well, we saw the Spaniard in the first opening match against Kalmuziev. Great first contest, very challenging for the #1 seed, former world champion, and just recently looked on form in Brazil, where he took the gold medal there a couple of weeks ago. Well, Papanashvili took a bit of a heavy knock there and just needs a little bit of time to compose himself. First match of the day. He had a bye in the first round. He then also had a bye in the second round. And now in round 3 makes his debut here in this Abu Dhabi Grand Slam. Well, unlike his opponent, Spaniard, he's had that warm-up match. He knows how his day's going to go, and it's already started very well. So his confidence will be high at the moment after having a major challenge in his first match, which was the second round, as the Spaniard had a bye in the first round. Well, Shirazad gets a Wazari. Now, Papanashvili has got to do all the chasing. We'll just pass the halfway mark now. Two Shidos and a Wazari against Papanashvili. Not looking so good for him at the moment. Promoting the IJF Judogi, which means that he doesn't have a mat side coach either to help him out.
It's one way of putting it. I love that. Promoting the IJF Judogi, okay.
Well, I think this was the final hurdle, and I think we could be looking at, yeah, a Shido being given to Papanashvili, Hansokamaki, and the win goes to Shirazad Dishvili.
In white for Germany, Eduard Trippel. In blue for Peru, Yuta Galareta Fila. And on tatami 3, in white for France, Madeleine Malunga. And in blue for the Netherlands, Marinde Verkerk.
Now we have Edward Trippel representing Germany in the white.
And down on mat number 3, you've got the current world champion, Madeleine Malonga,
yes,
going up against the former world champion, Marinde Verkerk
well,
of the
I think
Netherlands.
we'll move across there. I think that's, I didn't see that one coming, and I've been waiting for it. So here we have Malonga. Oh, for a very short period of time, I think. She comes in straight away. The world champion.
10 years apart, the world titles.
Yes, it is. It's funny that, isn't it?
I don't think Malonga was a teenager yet when Verkerk was winning the world title in 2009 in Rotterdam.
But I think Verkerk's a great athlete, isn't she? I do like Verkerk.
Gutsy.
She's very passionate and, like you say, gutsy performer. But Malonga comes in with those big, long legs, and they are really long. It's amazing. Well, she's making life very difficult for Verkerk at the moment, who trails with a Wazari in the opening seconds of this contest. It's really hard to get past the defences of Malonga and those legs, isn't it? She really is dangerous. She really uses the body shape that she has, those long limbs, to full advantage. The Oju Chimata combination. She hooks in and more or less those legs wrap round her opponents. Verkerk picking up the second Judo. Well, it wasn't for the want of trying, but she is up against a tough opponent here from France, who's looking very positive out there. She's got that lapel grip, Malonga. Now needs to settle in on the second grip, right over the top, as you can see, drawing down on the top of the head, turning the hips, drawing off that sleeve, crossing it, pulling it directly over the chest as she manoeuvres, but Verkerk switches in to the opposite side to break it all up, and she could feel the setup just coming to play. Verkerk straight on the grip this time, but as you can see, backpedaling all the time, trying to defend against Malonga as she throws that right hand deep onto the collar, once more making her opponent look quite passive. She's also got that sleeve grip. Very, very difficult for Verkerk to break away. She really is clamped down there. She takes this time a Sodi attempt. Well, that's one of the best attacks that she's been able to put in so far. And we're down to 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining in this contest. A Wazari for Malonga, 2 Shidos to Verkerk. Left hand in the inside, Verkerk tries to defend, but also has to put in some sort of attack, so not to look so passive. A little bit of a side skip there, trying to break up Malonga, who would just like to stand still and draw her opponent in. She gets that lapel grip once more, Malonga. Left hand on the lapel, the right hand is the danger though. When she gets connected over the top of the head, it really does make Verkerk look pretty poor out there. Nine seconds remaining. It looks like she has a little look at the clock. She knows that she's got this win under her belt and she'll move through to the next round.
Dhabi 2.
Well, we can go back to mat number 2 now, because on mat number 2 we're going to see the contest in round 3 in the under 90 kilo category between former world champion Nemanja Majdov of Serbia. He's going up against Francisco Balanta of Colombia. It's Majdov in the white judogi, Balanta in blue.
On tatami 3, in white for Germany, Luis Malza. In blue for Ecuador, Vanessa Chal.
And if you want to watch the plus 100 kilo category, we'll just click on mat number 1. You'll get to see that. That's down there on mat number 1. Ushangi Kokauri of Azerbaijan is up against Odku Tsetsengerel of Mongolia.
Well, Balanta, as you could see, really a high lift there. Majdov controlled it nicely, and as you can see, working his way in the Niwaza. He's got that shimiwaza, and as well as the pressure with the shimiwaza, looking for the turnover. Now he goes from one side to the other, and Balanta in real trouble now, as you can see. Doesn't seem to have any way of getting out of the grips of Majdov, who now secures the osakomi, draws the hips down, square to the tatami. Balanta desperately trying to maneuver his way out. And as you can see, Majdov there looking up at that clock, watching every second tick by. Great win.
On tatami 2, in white for Serbia, Alexander Kukovic.
So Majdov it is who wins out against Balanta. Coming up next, Alexander Kukolia of Serbia faces Michael Özler of Turkey. It'll be Kukolia in the white judogi, Özler in blue. This for a place in the quarter-final of the under 90 kilo category. And we'll stay here afterwards because we want to have a look at the under 100 kilo category matchup between Cho Guam of the Republic of Korea and Grigory Menashkin of Estonia. And we'll follow that with Rafael Buzakarini of Brazil and Arman Adamian of Russia. That's the lineup here on mat 2. Kukolia over Michael Oersler. Yep. You know, when Alexander Kukolia is on form, he really is top draw material. I mean, world class.
In blue for Estonia, Grigori Minashkin.
Could be his day today. Certainly wasn't Michael Oersler's. Right, on map number 2 now. Round 3 of the under 100 kilo category continues with Cho Guam of the Republic of Korea. He goes up against Grigori Minashkin of Estonia. It's Cho in the white judogi, Minashkin in blue. Minashkin picking up a penalty for passivity. Nice effort from Cho there. Will pick up Wazari for that. That's a good score. Not quite enough to finish his opponent off, but strong enough to come up with the score. So a little under 3 minutes left to go. Cho in the driving seat. Kim Sung-min down on mat number 1. He leads by Wazari. It's 2 of the 3 South Koreans on the tatami who lead. The third, Lee Jong-un, is up against Anna Maria Wagner on mat 3. There's no score there. And that one's gone into golden score as well, with both fighters having picked up 2 penalties. Lee causing the German favourite some real problems down there. And now Cho coming up with a second score. Beautifully done. Powerful finish from the former world champion at under 100 kilos.
Tatami 2.
Kim Sung-min has won his contest in the plus 100 kilo category, down on mat number 1.
Blue for Russia, Arman Adamian.
He makes progress. And here on mat number 2, it's Rafael Buzzacarini of Brazil to go up against Arman Adamian of Russia. Buzzacarini in the white judogi, Adamian in blue. Hold on to your seats here. And Lee it is who throws Anna Maria Wagner of Germany down on mat number 3. That's 3 for 3, the Koreans. There were 3 of them on the mat, and all 3 of them won out.
On tatami 3, in white for Cuba, Kaliema Antomarchi. In blue for Russia, Antonina Shmeleva.
Well, keep your eyes on this one, because there will be a big finish here. Both these fighters are known for liking to throw. Buzzacarini, fresh from Brasilia, reasonably fresh, I suppose, and then Adamian this morning looked really good. racking up a couple of scores in the previous contest. Yeah, almost. Not bad. I mean, just a little bit tighter with the left leg to trap Buzacarini from being able to step away. Just managed to make some room between himself and the Damian, and then couldn't finish off with the wheel part of that shoulder effort. Modified Kataguruma from Damian, almost catching Buzacarini. He does there, though. He goes heavily down onto his side, and he showed that this morning. The Kojigari, we're going to call it. He doesn't really get a big sweep. Puts the left foot in there and pushes over the foot. I like that for a score. I thought that was pretty good. They've waved it off, but I thought it was good. Didn't come down onto enough of the scoring part of the body, and we don't have a replay, nor does the referee in the middle. He just sees it once and he has to make that decision. There's a chance to pull him back. Too powerful. Oh, that is a score. They're not going to pull that one back. There's a chance for the turnover. It doesn't come, and Buzacarini won't be getting that one cancelled. Damian leads by Wazzari now with 1:40 left to go. That took a bit of energy. Well, let's see. Hope he's got enough left in the tank then to see him to the end of the contest. Seoinage missed by Buzacarini. Took 20 seconds off the time remaining, that exchange there. And if every exchange can take 20 seconds, well, he's got about 3 or 4 left then. He may only have 2 left in the tank, however. Buzacarini is going to press hard now. Yeah, well, you can hear people shouting Shido Blue against Damian, and you can see that Buzacarini fancies his chances. There. Okay, Damian's going to have to get strong here, sit up. The trousers are a trap, that's his problem. And he does escape. And he escapes with 9 seconds on the clock, so Buzacarini doesn't level the scores. And if we say they're 20 seconds per exchange, he's got to survive 2. Got to try and change the grips up. Look out for that Seoinage. Left or right, don't go back. Mind you, he's penalty free. Yep, chance to climb on top here. Got to keep Buzacarini down. And there you go. That exchange took 20-odd seconds. So one more. You probably squeeze a 10-second one out, but 23 seconds left to go. Damian has Wazzari. He's penalty free. And I'm loath to say that I would be perfectly happy with a force attack if I were a Damian here. I just don't want Buzacarini attacking me. And there goes the false attack. He'll pick up a penalty for that. He really wasn't interested in doing anything there. No, he gets away with it. So, time for another dive then. And to his credit, he didn't pick up a single penalty, had the Wazzari for a reasonably long time, and he gets past Buzacarini and goes into the quarter-final. That's a pretty good effort from Arman Damian of Russia. Well, the problem for him now is that he will face Cho Guam. Is absolutely not the kind of fighter that Damian is going to look forward to seeing, because he's all action. Cho Guam. He doesn't want that kind of fighter. He wants someone with a slightly different pace and tempo, and Cho Guam is far too clever a fighter to allow that to happen. He's just going to be that much busier than Damian. Anyway, that is to come in the first of the quarterfinals. Quick look at what's coming up. We'll stay here. Philip Galandi of Germany is up against Avtar Singh of India. It's Galandi in the white judogi, Singh in blue. Loretta Kusat-Dol has just returned to the commentary position, and immediately her desk looks untidy. So beautifully tidied for her when she went away, but papers all over the place now.
I just love to leave my mark. And once again, the internet is down, which is frustrating.
Is it? No doubt.
Again.
I hadn't noticed that.
On tatami 3, in white for Great Britain, Natalie Powell. And in blue for South Africa, Unel Snyman.
Well, we really do have to go down to mat number 2. And the reason for that is the number 2 seed in the under 78 kilo category is about to take to the mat number 3. She's up against Unel Snyman of South Africa. It's Powell in the white judogi, Snyman in blue. Right, we join the contest with half a minute gone. There's no score. Snyman's got a really, really good physique for this weight category. We talk about, you know, body type suiting certain weight categories, and Snyman really is, you know, in that mold, if you like. Anna Maria Wagner, maybe just a touch taller than Mayra Aguiar of Brazil. But she hasn't quite yet got the tools to threaten someone of the experience of Natalie Powell.
Yeah, I totally agree with you in that. The only thing is lacking is experience. That's really what it's about. She's got the... If you were to take a lineup of athletes you would take for a weight category who's going to be a real contender in years to come, she would be one of those athletes. She looks very, very strong.
Yeah, Antomachi as well from Cuba, and Antonina Shmileva from Russia. She's also got that size. Shmileva, by the way, lost to Antomachi in round 2. It'll be Antomachi to go up against Lee Jong-un of the Republic of Korea, who defeated the number 4 seed, Anna Maria Wagner, in a golden score contest. That's a bit of a turn-up for the book. And then we're going to see in the first of the quarterfinals, Madeleine Malonga of France to go up against Luisa Malzahn of Germany. It'll be Lee to face Antomachi, and we're just working our way through the lower half of the draw now.
Oh, a nice change of direction there.
Well, she'd hinted at that a second ago.
Yes.
Snyman didn't feel the danger and looked to get out of there. She stayed in that position, and Powell thought, well, I'll just reset and have another go, and she did, and she almost caught her. You know, once you're in that position and you sense that danger, get out.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Powell, we were just talking about this. Snyman hasn't quite got, you know, that experience, and again, I'll go back to that term. She hasn't got the tools to you know, battle away with Powell in that way. She needs to find a slightly more subtle way of dealing with Natalie Powell. But if it comes to a head-to-head, there's only going to be one winner there, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be Natalie. Left hand controlling the right side. Simon.
See, for me, that's a much better way for Yunel to attack Natalie. You know, with straightforward classic judo, nice big attacks, and then get out. If they fail, they don't hang around there with the hips, you know, to get an uranagi or something, because that power game is going to play right into Natalie's hands, and she's risking it.
The only problem for Yunel, she's got it this time. She's got a very strong grip on the belt, and that was so much better than what we've seen in the previous exchange. She threw the arm over, but she really didn't connect, and that's always the danger. If you're going to throw the arm in deep, you better make sure you've got something. And she's got the belt again. That's good. But
couldn't get off that one.
She plays too long of a waiting game, which allows Powell to set it up and then come through with the counter.
In and out.
Yeah.
You can't stick around there. Shadi El Nahas and Simeon Katharina are taking to mat number 2. By the way, that's in the under 100 kilo category, those of you that want to watch that one. Just click on 2 and you'll get that. Tok Christian and Bobonov of Uzbekistan are down on mat number 1. They're in golden score. She gets some good grips, you know.
She's got great grips, but she just doesn't do anything with them, and that's always the danger, because she just allows herself to settle in, but it also gives her opposition a way to deal with it. And
that last attack there, she was looking to come up with the Yoko Sutemi waza. That was a nice thought, but the body just won't work as quickly as her mind does. You can see what she would like to do, but again, you know, she hasn't quite got there yet.
You know, needs to have a bit of a combination as well. She throws that arm over the top. She either goes and turns her back, but then either switches it for the sumigeshi or ouchigari, or even taking the long legs, which she has got around the back at the pinnacle point where someone like Powell is trying to counter, and she'll be going in that direction. So she really, other than having very, very strong kumikata, she has to have something to back it up now. That's what's really lacking, that big, big threat. And Powell takes the win, and I think that was a comfortable win for Powell, and it suited Powell down to the tee, because she allowed her to come over the top, which gave her an opportunity to get that counter in every time.
Well, it's not often that we get athletes up here to talk to immediately, but we may be able to chat with, you know, because she's likable. She's a really warm kind of character. So, and I don't like normally to get them when they've had a loss, but let's just see if we can have a chat with Yunel Sneeman.
In blue for Poland, Maciej Sawicki.
And now we have representing Kosovo, Kuka. She's up in the white, and she's up against Shen of China in the blue. As you can see, Kuka getting her head caught up there. And now the exchange from Shen with the Makokomi. Needs to settle that down and start taking a little bit more control. Working out a way of controlling that sleeve that comes over the top and draws the head down. Kuka, world bronze medalist, and really on form in the latter part of this year, picking up a gold medal in Tashkent, the earlier part of the month. Brings that arm over the top. She's looking for that Makikomi, but it was blocked by Shen. No score as yet, 1 minute 36 seconds remaining.
On Tatami 1, in white for Kazakhstan, Islam Bozbayev. In blue for Sweden, Marcus Nyman.
Well, Shen picking up the second Judo now, and we're just coming into the last minute of the contest in the second round. Kuka, as you can see, getting slightly frustrated of control that Shen's got on the majority of the time of that left side, but she's got the hips through this time. This is an opportunity she had, really bracing against the strong defences of Shen. And I say the defences because, yeah, it is, she's defending majority of the time against Kuka. Kuka leading with that left leg, tries to throw that left arm over the top. She has the left hand on the lapel, blocks. A very poor attack there from Shen. Oh, I don't know if... No, I don't think the referee will be kind on this occasion. It was too blatant. And there you have it. The third and final Judo goes to Shen. And Kuka takes the win and a place in the third round.
On Tatami 3, in white for the Netherlands, Fishy Steenhuis. In blue for Venezuela, Karen Leon. On Tatami 2, in white for Kyrgyzstan, Yuri Jakovetsky. In blue for the Ukraine, Alexander Gordienko.
So now we have the under-78s. We've got Steenhuis in the white, Leon of Venezuela in the blue. I feel that throughout this weekend, the Venezuelans have been looking very, very strong. They've got a group of young ladies that have been real contenders. Nice judo. Fit and strong athletes. Stenhurst coming in with the Ouchigari, stumbling her opponent down into the Niwaza and straight onto the attack there. Stenhurst looks for an opportunity to work her way into the Niwaza.
Well, I did look for Yunel name, and unfortunately, I couldn't find her. But I did see Natalie Powell, and a good chat with her, and she said that, you know, I don't feel good today, Sheldon. So it was the next 5 minutes of telling her how good she was, how good she had to be, and why it was important that this was the one where she felt best of all at. This is where you can do it. This is where you can seal it. You just finish everything off here in Abu Dhabi with a Grand Slam gold medal win. End of story.
Yes.
Don't have to worry about, you know, Paris, Dusseldorf, Masters, or anything else. You get it done here. Start feeling better.
Good pep talk. Yeah. But the thing is, the best of athletes don't always have a good day at the office, but it's been able to mentally dig in deep and have that strong determination and mental toughness that's going to just carry them through, with obviously an element of experience to be able to cope with a bad day. And Stenhurst is having a really good day, and she takes the win against Leon.
You know, the best place for Natalie Powell to be is in the lower half of the draw. There's no Malonga, there's no Fakirk, there's no Malzahn, there's no Anna Maria Wagner, there's no Antomachi, there's no Shmileva of Russia. You know, she avoids all of those big guns, get them out of the way. So you've got to make the most of where you are.
Yeah, that's true. And there's a few challenges that she will come across. Well, the next one, Kuka from Kosovo, is going to be a really tough match. And mentally, she's got to be prepared for a battle. I think she's capable of doing that. And it'll be the winner of, I think, possibly Opateka and Stenhurst that she could, if she gets through that second hurdle. Opateka, always someone that's around the medals on that podium.
The problem for Natalie is that, you know, she's in that odd position where she's avoided most of the top ones who are in, you know, the top half of the draw. But she's coming up against someone who she hasn't beaten before. She's lost to her 3 times, actually, the youngster.
Yes.
Loriana Kuka. So, you know, you've got to put this one, you've got to deal with this right here. You know, right now, get it out of the way.
It would be a good win psychologically to get over, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 3.
If you class this as like not only sort of vital qualification points, but the preparation towards the Olympic Games. What you need to do is get the demons out of the way, and those are the demons are the ones that you keep losing to on a regular basis and don't seem to have anything to come up against them, some extra weapon to be able to counteract the problems that they're facing. And
gonna need to find something and find it pretty quick.
Yeah. Oh, it's gone. Ashido on the board. You can see, obviously, struggling with the height difference here. Opateko, you can see with that right hand onto the collar. Those long legs as the Kosota and just controlling her opponent there and just looking a little bit more busier than the Mongolian. Tactically just waiting here. Otgon really doesn't know what to do. She's outpowered, outclassed really in this contest with a minute and 45 seconds to go. Opeteka shows that leg. She switches from front to back. Otgon doesn't know which way to defend really, and will pick up a Judo if she continues with that line of tactics. Opeteka once more maintaining a very strong, controlling grip. The right hand on the collar, the left hand also at the front of the lapel, which is a very strong grip because she's controlling the shoulders and the head of her opponent rather than just taking the pulling action. By not having the sleeve means that when she does turn in, having the lapel means that the whole chest comes towards you. But it's the little finishing touch, because by not having that sleeve, we would most probably block by putting the hand down. And there's the score she was looking for, with 30 seconds remaining. Now works the legs out, which is most probably her biggest challenge with the legs that she has. They're so long, anyone catches them, she's got a long way to start levering them out. But she has done so far. Yosakomi Wazari Settiapon. Opeteka takes the win and a place in the third round. And she'll be up against Stinhus in that third round, the quarter-final stage.
On tatami 3, in white for Brazil, Maria Suelen Alteman. In blue for France, Anne.
Well, can we jump down quickly to mat number 2 and have a look at Nicolas Sherazadishvili of Spain. He's up against Edouard Triple of Germany. It's Sherazadishvili in the white judogi, Triple in blue. We joined the contest with a minute and a half left to go. Sherazadishvili leads by Wazari. It's Sherazadishvili in the white judogi, Triple in blue.
Well, Sherazadishvili on form today. Lovely combination there. Showed the forward attack, switched it to the koji, to the rear. Triple just manages to get out and no more. We're into the last minute now. Under a bit of pressure there at the edge of the contest area, will pick up a Shido for that negative attack. Really left himself nowhere to go on the edge of the contest. Oh! Coming in. The Spaniard. Sure, Zadish. To the semi-final of the under 90 kilos. And Tripel will go into the repechage. So we'll see him a little bit later on, where he makes a bid for a bronze medal.
In white from Serbia, Nemanja Majov, and in blue also from Serbia, Alexander Kukuli.
Right. We talk about head-to-head
Yes.
from time to time, but they don't get a lot bigger than this. Nemanja Majov of Serbia goes up against teammate Alexander Kukolja. It's Majov in the white judogi, Kukolja in blue.
Next contest on tatami 3, women over 78 kilograms, representing Belarusia, wearing white, Marina Slutskaya, and in blue, representing Korea, Kim Min-jeong. Next contest on tatami 1.
Majov picks up the first Judo in the first 30 seconds of this contest.
Wak Dong Han, and in blue, representing the Netherlands, Jesper Smee.
Kukolja, left hand round the back, trying to trap the right side of his opponent. Now switches it, looking for the lapel. An attempt of a Sutemi waza. As he draws his opponent down into the niwaza there. Kukolja picks up the Shido. Majov's Shido has now been withdrawn. Majov taking the lapel grip now, the lifeline. Kukolja quickly taking that, but the hips come through. Majov comes in deep, but then drops the hips to the ground to avoid the counter from Kukolja. Majov, Sianagi back up onto his feet, and another attack with the Koshiguruma. Both times the hips just fell short of coming in deep enough to break the balance of his opponent and teammate. Now Kukolja trying to get some sort of rotation to open up Majov. Well, as we would have expected, both knowing each other so well, that to create an opportunity to score big was going to be always very hard. Interesting gripping styles and the ability to open each other up for an opportunity, but the defenses for both these athletes are strong. The ability to anticipate the next move from each other is making it very limited to scoring against one another. Maidov comes in with that Sianagi against, once more blocked. Kukulia trying to get a turnover there in the Niwaza. Fancies his chances against the teammate in the ground. Well, as the seconds tick away, 2 Shidos to 1, and this will go into golden score. Kulia came round the back the same time that Maidov was coming in for the hip throw, and now straight into golden score.
Kwak Dong-hang has won his contest down on mat number 1 in the under 90 kilo category.
Next contest on tatami 1, men, 100 kilograms. In white from Uzbekistan, Muhammad Karim Kuramov. And in blue from Pakistan, Hussein.
Well, there was always a threat from Kukulia in the Niwaza, and that was one of the bigger threats we've seen so far. But the scoreboard remains the same. 2 Shidos to 1, with Maidov having the advantage in this golden score contest. Kulia trying to drive and draw his opponent back off the Niwaza position. And there you have Kukulia taking the third and final Shido. Maidov going through into the semi-final.
Well, he's going to have to dig deep here, Kukulia, to come back and take something. I mean, there's still a possibility of him being on the podium.
Yes, but
Maidov, of course, being in the semi-final, that's, you know, one step away now, whereas you've got another hurdle to jump or leap over, if you like, for Kukulia, as far as the repechage is concerned.
yeah. But he has got a very tough repechage match, and that'll be against Edward Triple. That's not going to be an easy feat.
Right, on mat number 2 now. Cho Guam of the Republic of Korea faces Arman Adamian of Russia. It's Cho in the white judogi, Adamian in blue.
Adam there Strong left hand around the back, controlling Cho's right shoulder. Directs him to the edge of the contest area. Cho really didn't have anywhere to go other than down. Picks up a Shido. It was the better of two evils. One of them either getting scored against or the Shido. And he opted to drop outside with a negative attack. Adam, once more, that left hand controlling that right shoulder. He's got the right hand on the lapel, but he walks on to the Seoinage there. Well, as we go through the stages and different rounds, these matches are becoming harder and harder. Less opportunity for the big throw, but a nice Kochigari there from Cho. Straight off the grip. Stumbling Adam back onto the heels. The left hand back up, controlling the right shoulder of Cho, though. Cho works towards that side, Ippon Seoinage, and the Russian walks straight onto that. Wazari on the board now with 1.5 minutes remaining. Now this will alleviate the pressure slightly of Cho. Now the chase is on. The Russian really has to start advancing on and making every attack count. Cho just playing around there, breaking up the grips, disengaging with the Russian, avoiding that sort of deep grip over the back that traps the shoulder. But we've seen before, as he traps that shoulder, he walks into the trap of the Seoinage from Cho. So tactically, maybe change the gripping style, so not to fall in to the strengths of the Korean. Now he's taking the lapel grip this time rather than around the back. Easier to block the Seoinage, but possibly not as easy to score from that grip.
Tatami 1, in white for Israel, Peter Balchi. In blue for Turkey.
Well, the Russian with that grip once more. You can see that it's just defences, 4 seconds. Cho will pick up a Shido, but that's only the second one. Now, unless he drops blatantly in the next seconds, he's got this win and a place in the semi-final against the Russian. Well, Adam looking quite frustrated, most probably with himself. Very disappointed, as you can see. It shakes his head and tries desperately to compose himself. Cho Nice seeing Aggie, though.
In white for
Can't take away, it was a good throw,
Germany,
and he maintained that
blue
lead.
for Canada.
Now, the winner of this match will meet in the semi-final, Cho. And this is between the German Galandi in the white and Elnahaz in the blue, representing Canada. Well, Elnahaz has had a few hurdles to get to this position, 2 strong matches. Lysenko of Poland and Katharina of the Netherlands, 2 strong athletes. Elnahaz throws that left arm over the top, but at the same time exchanges with the Kosoto. Switches from left to right, but the dominance of that left hand, but really needed to take his time on that exchange, and picks up a Shido for a negative attack. I just think it was just a poor time, and I don't think it was negative, but just misplaced the combination. Elnahaz trying desperately to get that left hand. As you can see, Galandi controlling the left sleeve, tactically knows what he has to do to avoid Elnahaz having an opportunity to dominate the pace on which this contest will go. Galandi gets the turnover over Elnahaz, but Elnahaz defends nicely. But as you can see now, a bit of a scratch on the face for Elnahaz, and will seek medical attention on that. Which leaves Galandi out there with an opportunity to, if needed, to rethink the game plan. If there needs to be any tweaking to be done. Staying focused and engaged in this contest. Always difficult to avoid being distracted while you're out there, and stay warm and ready. Elnahaz, on the other hand, is just trying to patch himself up, so he'll be well distracted at this moment and eager to get back in there. Well, on tatami 1, which, well, I don't know how long that's going to take, but what we have got is the tatami 1, Palchek. And what we're doing is, well, while there's a break, we're going to have a little interview with Sheldon in about 10 minutes' time.
No.
For 10 minutes. Right. Okay, I've had my instructions.
Yeah, sorry about
While
that.
we've got this pause and medical attention, I'll leave you in the great hands of Sheldon, where we're going to get an insight of one of our judo athletes that's participated today.
And to put something on in the background, we'll go down to mat number 3 in the meantime, because we've got Jiang Yanan of China up against Han Mi-jin of the Republic of Korea. This is the quarter-final in the plus 78 kilo category. We'll see Galandi and El Nahas in a couple of minutes, but they are really strapping him up, and that's going to take a while. So let's have a chat with Gabriella Wood from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. She was taking part in the plus 78 kilo category. You can sit down, Gabby. Take a seat. Good afternoon.
Hi, Charlotte.
How are you doing?
I'm all right.
You could have been big, girl. What happened to you?
I apologize.
No. Listen, I'm sure that, you know, with a bit more experience, we're going to see you further and further in the competition. And it can't be easy, you know, coming into, you know, a big event like the Grand Slam. I mean, okay, you were at the World Championships in Tokyo, but this is the next biggest thing, really, on the IJF circuit. Let's just make sure that we got the microphone close so we can hear your dulcet tones. Right, we're going to go back to mat number 2 quickly, because the rest of you were watching the quarter-final between Philip Galandi of Germany. He's up against Shadi El Nahas of Canada. Galandi picks up a Judo for an overly defensive posture, then needs to tidy up his gi, but you can see that El Nahas has had some work done to his jaw. Actually, it's just a cut, but the plaster that they stick there won't stay on.
No, it's not going to stay.
So they have to strap it on completely. Peter Palchik has just lost his contest down on mat number 1 against Mert Shishlanmar of Turkey. Palchik out of the competition because that's a round 3 contest. And now let's concentrate on the last minute and a half of Galandi and El Nahas, and then we'll go down and have a look at Malonga and Maltsan in the under 78 kilo category. Just to bring you up to date with what's happened down on mat number 3, Han Mi-jin of the Republic of Korea has just thrown Jiang Yanan of China for Ippon and is held for the 10 seconds, so that one is done and dusted. How long ago did you arrive? When did you arrive in Abu Dhabi?
We came in on Tuesday morning.
All right, so you've had a little time to
a bit of amount of time,
acclimatise. And where did you have to come from? Because you haven't come all the way from Trinidad, have you?
No.
Where are you at present?
Right now, I've been training in Edinburgh, Scotland.
How's that? I'm not going to ask you how it's going for you, because, you know, there might be a part of you that says, well, I'd rather be somewhere else. But that's not. I'm not even going to go there. The fact that you are on the circuit and you are competing is really, you know, the good thing, and it's nice because I think we've had one athlete maybe before, Christopher George, competing on the IJF circuit, and that was it. We've had a couple of juniors.
Actually, not even sure.
Yeah.
I just know of Chris.
Well, he would have had to, because he wouldn't have been able to go to the Olympics.
Yeah.
So he would have had to have been on the tour, and the tour has grown since Chris would have taken part. And it's a little bit different now. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I am now 22.
So there are 2 more cycles in here for you.
At least.
Yeah, this is a really, you know, this is early stage in the women's heavyweight division, and depending on how you can, you know, develop and how you can grow and get support to keep you as an athlete will define what happens for you later on as we come towards the next goal, which would be Paris. Tokyo first, but then Paris, because the likelihood after today, with the points that you've scored, is that you will either be on the brink or in that continental quota qualification.
I think we're just on the brink right now.
We have to look and see how many points you took with that win. That was your first win on the tour.
First Grand Slam win.
That must have been incredible, I mean, really pleased for you. Shadi El Nahas takes that contest. He goes into the semi-final. And those of you that want to watch the under 100 kilo category, just click on mat number 1. And if you want to watch the plus 100 kilo category repechage contest, go to mat number 2. But we're going to go to mat number 3. There's a quarter-final going on between the current world champion, Madeleine Malonga. She's up against Luisa Maltsan of Germany. It's Malonga in the white judogi, Maltsan in blue. We joined the contest with a little over 2 minutes left to go. There's no score. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. It's Malonga in the white judogi, Malzahn in blue. These are the weight below the athlete that I'm chatting with now, Gabriella Wood from Trinidad. Gabby, where in Trinidad are you from?
So I'm from Santa Cruz, which is up in the
My
north.
father was born in Santa Cruz.
Really?
Yeah, that's exactly where he comes from. Yeah. Strange, isn't it?
Small world.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, that's where he grew up as a boy. He'd hike over the mountains to Maracas and Las Cuevas because they like to swim and everything. Oh no, you're laughing because you can't believe it. But
I wouldn't make that hike myself.
Yeah, but they did. Well, they were 8 brothers. They would all hike over there together, and then he ended up living in Blanchisseuse as a, you know, in his older years. Malzahn has just held Malonga. 2 world champions from France came here, Madeleine Malonga, Marie-Yves Gahy. They both tumbled. Well, Marie-Yves Gahy tumbled out of the competition. At least there's a way back for Malonga, because she'll come back in the repechage. We're going to jump back to mat number 2 now, because on mat number 2 we've got the #1 seed in the plus 100 kilo category, Roy Meyer of the Netherlands. He faces Lurik Krakovetskyl of Kyrgyzstan. It's Meyer in the white judogi, Krakovetskyl in blue. There's no scorers yet. We just got underway. So your initial introduction to judo was how? How did you first get into judo?
I actually started judo in primary school just as an extracurricular activity.
Where did you go to school?
I went to school in Regina Grade School.
And there was they'd got a class there. Someone was coming along and doing the teaching. Was it part of the curriculum or was it after school activity?
After school activities.
And who was doing the coaching?
That would be Mark Littren.
Mark Littren, who is responsible for, I lose count of the number of people that he must have taught over the years. Just the most amazing self-sacrifice that that man has undergone to try and promote and develop judo in Trinidad, which is a country that has not taken to judo, irrespective of how many people have tried and how long they've, you know, been banging at the door. It's just something that,
we're an athletics country.
you know, or cricket, football, which is, you know, the game of the world, even rugby.
Those are our sports.
Yeah, cycling.
Judo's a side thing.
You know, and you even have swimmers and gymnasts going places, but judo is just something that hasn't taken. And I remember Derek Caspin Chan, who was there before me, you know, trying really, really hard, myself, and then Mark afterwards, and there are plenty of others that have had, you know, a real input in trying to make an effort to get something established there. And yet there's still this thread there.
They're still trying, and
you know,
still
where
getting that
everybody's
same
giving
thread.
it a go. But I'm glad that you're here and you're taking part on the tour. And what's next for you? Where will you go next then?
So up next for me would be the Osaka Grand Slam.
Okay. You know, they're pretty big ones, aren't they? And you have to be really lucky to get a good draw. And I wouldn't say that this morning was a good draw, because you'd actually lost to her before, hadn't you?
I did.
And I could see on your face when you won the contest, there was more than just a hint of being happy at winning a contest.
Today was a rematch of the Commonwealth Finals a couple of weeks ago, and I lost that match because I made one error by making an attack just at the wrong time, and I got countered. So today it was everything for that match, because I really needed to win it.
Yeah, I said at the time that I thought that 3 things had happened. One was that you had won the contest and scored points on the tour. That was great. You'd won your first tour event. 2, you'd got some revenge for, you know, against someone who you had lost to previously. And the third thing was you'd probably put yourself in that qualification bracket on the continental quota.
The fourth thing.
Go on, let me
is
hear that one.
Yeah, there's a fourth thing. Fourth thing is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is the first Grand Slam match ever won in Trinidad and Tobago judo history.
Oh yeah, I've got absolutely no doubt about that. There won't be any record of Chris having done, you know, anywhere near that kind of achievement. So with that, it's possible that when you go down to, a Continental Cup or something, if you take your position with you, you may get into the top 8.
Yeah.
And if you get seeded in the top 8, there's possibility of a bye in the first round.
Yeah.
One more contest puts you in the quarter-final. All of those things begin to add up, and bit by bit by bit, you move closer and closer and closer to your goal. So that's good news for you. I'm pleased for you where that's concerned. 2 penalties picked up by Roy Meyer in this semi-final. We've got half a minute left to go. Luri Krakowiecki is doing a good job here because he hasn't gone out of his way to be overly attacking. He's just made things difficult for the Dutchman, and you can see that. Just a little tap there with the right leg. There was no real effort there to throw Roy Meyer, but he's just trying to give the referee the impression that he's busy enough so that if she does call Mate and penalise them both, he won't be, overly affected. But he goes over there with 4 seconds left to go. The one thing that you don't want to do is get close to your opponent, and over he went. The little foot taps were okay because he kept his distance, but he just showed a little bit too much to Roy Meyer there, and over he went. Yeah, it must have been a nice feeling when you scored earlier on.
Oh, it was so good.
Almost got caught in the nail, I think, didn't you?
Almost. But I had the leg. I knew I had the leg.
Yeah, and that's right. And she actually, when there was a point where she had trapped your leg, but it was weak, and I thought that you were going to get that out, and you were going to.
I got out. I had the Osaikomi for 4 seconds.
Yeah. So it's Osaka for you next. If I'm not, I have seen you in Japan, haven't I? Because you were there at the World Championships.
That was my first Grand Slam.
Yeah.
No, I didn't get to go to World Championships.
Oh, so it was Osaka then?
It was Osaka last year.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to seeing you again in Japan. Perhaps you'll have, it'll be a big field as well. So you normally get the higher ranked players with buys, so you avoid them. You saw how it worked today. You avoided Maria Suellen Altman in round 1, but you had it in round 2.
Yeah.
So, you win some, you lose some. But I dare say that if you could get another Grand Slam win, if you get a good draw and you get another Grand Slam win, you'll feel just as happy because they're worth so much. The points are worth so much.
That'll push me up so much further.
Right, we're not going to say with the repechage contest because there's another quarter-final taking place down on mat number 3, and the reason we're going to go down there is the number 2 seed is about to come onto the mat. Actually, they're underway now. Natalie Powell of Great Britain. She faces Loriana Kuka of Kosovo. It's Powell in the white judogi, Kuka in blue. The difficulty here for Powell is that they've gone head-to-head on 3 occasions, and on each occasion, Loriana Kuka has come out on top. So there's a real battle here for Powell to pull one back, if you like, and take a place in a semi-final. But you've enjoyed the experience here, yeah?
Definitely a fantastic experience for me.
Without being, again, focusing too much on Scotland, there has been some talk about the possibility of you spending longer in Japan and doing some training out there. I dare say that there would be a larger number of bodies, a lot more people to work with, and the likelihood of you getting higher quality practices as well would be greater. How would you feel about going out to Japan? And
something myself and my coach have been talking about. Just haven't figured out all the logistics as yet, but it is something we have in the cards.
Right. Well, again, not to get around the work that you're doing with your current coach here. And did you mean your coach in Trinidad?
No, my coach here.
Right. Okay. Well, then we'll have a chat. Is he coming out to Osaka with you?
Yes, he is.
Right. Because then we'll have a chat. We'll introduce you to the right people, and then you and he can talk about it, because we did chat with Asahina Sara already about that. So that's done. If you want to go, you can go.
Just tell me when.
All right, we'll talk to your coach about that. Powell picks up a penalty with half the contest still to come. Yahiv Kamo of Ukraine has just flattened Kim Sung-min of the Republic of Korea down on mat number 1. He takes his place in the semi-final. I'm not sure if that was my pick for the plus 100 kilo category. Could very well have been.
Can't remember.
Yeah, Yakiv Kamo in. I would have liked to have picked you, darling, but you know, we got to be realistic here.
Not quite yet.
Okay.
2 more years.
I'm glad you said that. So Yakiv Kamo could have been my pick in the plus 100 kilo category, and then under 100. Just trying to think. I'm just trying to think who that was in the under 100 kilo category. I'll have to look it up. Oh, it could have been Arman Adamian of Russia, but I think he may have lost his previous contest. So I'm not really. And then Nicholas Sherazadishvili. Right. We're going to move to mat number 2 because there's a semi-final taking place, and we don't want to miss any of that. Let's go to mat number 2. If you want to watch a Powell and Kuka, just click on mat number 3. But there's a semi-final between Nicholas Sherazadishvili of Spain. He's up against Nemanja Majda of Serbia. It's Sherazadishvili in the white judogi, Majdov in blue. And I'm not sure if Gabby's got the pics there. I think she has.
It's taking his cool time.
Right, okay, yeah, the internet here has been somewhat slow in responding. Now, the nice thing about this is that you've got 2 former world champions on the mat. Sherazadishvili up against Majdov. 2017 and 2018 go up against each other. The current world champion is Noel van der End in this weight category, and he's not here at the moment. We may see him in Osaka, yeah, and definitely at the Masters. Powell has picked up a second penalty down on mat number 3, so Loriana Kuka proving difficult for the British fighter. Single Shido against Sherazadishvili, chatting with Gabriella Wood. So, Gabby, when are you going to go back home? Christmas is coming. Family going to be missing you, and
not too sure.
You ain't going to get any pastels. You're not going to get any pastels in. There'll be no pastels for you in Scotland.
No, no, there won't be. No. I haven't quite decided yet if I'm going to go.
No garlic pork. No bunch of crema.
No black cake, none of it. None of it.
I suppose it must be odd. Nemanja comes up with a score there. An oddly worked technique, but they put a Wazari on the board. They're going to have a review of this. There's a feeling here that Sherazadishvili didn't have the majority of the scoring part of the body on the mat. I agree with that. It looked a little bit suspect, and they waved it off. Yeah, it must be a little bit funny being so far away from home and then having someone who knows about where you come from and what you're going to be missing. Well, I'm off tomorrow, mate. I'm on the BA flight to London, and then the day after the BA flight to Crown Point. I'll be landing tomorrow afternoon. Happy times.
Happy days, happy
Put my feet up, have a couple of Caribs, and when are you going to be going home?
My coach and I were having a discussion about it, you know, thinking maybe 2 weeks in December.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
We haven't fully decided yet.
That would be nice,
Because
though.
next year's a busy year, so we got to get started early.
Yep. Koji Gaki just missed. That was a lunge, but the top half wasn't there. He managed to just throw the right leg out, and then it's now Sherazadishvili who picks up a second penalty. Powell has picked up a third, and it is Loriana Kuka, who 4-0 now. She owns that one, doesn't she, I'm afraid. Sorry to say that, but hey, you know, There are.
That's what it is.
Yeah, there are difficult conditions to operate here sometimes. You know, you come out, the time difference, the heat is just amazing. You know, I mean,
The first couple of days training was so hard.
Well, you know all about the heat, but it's a completely different kind of heat from here. You know, it's just all-consuming. Maybe Natalie's just suffering a little bit. Don't get a lot of heat in Wales, especially at this time of year. You know?
Definitely not.
And definitely not in Scotland. My goodness, it must be cold up there.
It's not that bad. Not
Well,
too
you
bad.
haven't had the winter yet, have you?
I was supposed to have a bad one this year.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Get some thermals to keep you warm. Golden score between Sherazadishvili and Maidov. The problem going into golden score is the 2 penalties picked up by the Spaniard. Can't afford a single error, whereas Maidov can afford to close things down, make it difficult tactically for him. He's gone for the same technique this time and almost paid the price there. He came in with the original attack, Maidov, and yet it was Sherazadishvili who almost turned it to come up with the counter. He's forgotten where his start point was. Ooh. I think he put himself in that position. You know, sometimes you would want to penalise the person who looked as though they were applying pressure to the arm, but it's Maidov who's looking to work that unusual technique, who put his arm in that position himself. Chance now for the Uchimata. It's got to be very quick there. Not sure if he ducked underneath there, Sherazadishvili. It all happened so quickly. It looks a little bit frantic now, doesn't it, with the gripping and the moving. Arm around the back for Sherazadishvili. Sumigashi, and over he went, but he's onto his front.
Trying really hard to not get that third Judo.
Well, I think after that attack, he's probably earned himself another 20 or 30 seconds before they'll look at him again. So as long as he keeps up the rate of attacks, and that action could be under review as well. They want to have a look at the landing from the Sumigashi. We don't have a replay of it here. They don't have one up on the big screen in the venue either, so we're not getting anything that you are not at home. Our position is just the same as yours. We have to wait for the... Oh, he's ducked underneath, so he just picked up a single penalty. But it was something that we had spotted, but it all happened so quickly.
Quite quickly, yes, it did.
Tense now. A minute and a half almost of golden score, and just get the feeling that Sherazadishvili is edging closer back into this. Maidov having remained penalty-free in normal time. 2 penalties for Sherazadishvili. Now the arm around the back again, threatening, but Maidov is slightly bent over, making it more difficult for Sherazadishvili to get in close. Again, the Sumigashi. That wasn't the most clever of attacks, but it's not that clever from Maidov to be begging for a Shido either. And they're not going to give White a Shido, and there's a very good reason for that, because Maidov wasn't threatening him with an attack, and he didn't look to escape any attack. It was a poor attack, yes, it was a poor attack, but it was a failed attack rather than a false one.
False, exactly.
Thin line sometimes as to what constitutes failed and false, but that time Maidov didn't have a dominant grip, and Sherazadishvili wasn't trying to escape, but he puts him on his back. The big right leg goes up, and over goes Maidov. Again, the frantic nature of the exchanges between Sherazadishvili and Maidov meant that I don't think he was fully aware of exactly where he was or where Sherazadishvili was, and he came out of the blue with this big leg that lifted, just lifted him up off his feet. And by the time that he knew what was happening, it was too late to attempt to turn off, and he landed quite heavily, if not for Ippon, but certainly for Wazari. Whichever way you look at it, it was a score, and it's Sherazadishvili, who goes into the final. Maidov goes into the bronze medal contest. There's a big hug, as there usually is with Maidov. He has all sorts of play with, you know, during the contest, and at the end he's got the most perfect mat etiquette. Bows to his opponent, bows to the Jazeki, who gave the decision against him that he didn't like, but hey, he just wipes that out at the end of the contest. Right, the repechage contest taking place now. Arman Adamian of Russia faces Philip Galandi, but we're going to go to mat number 1. We're going to have a look at the contest between Aftandil Chirikishvili of Georgia. He faces Gwak Donghan of the Republic of Korea. Chirikishvili in the white judogi, Gwak in blue. We've got 2 minutes 20 odd left to go, and there's a single Shido against Chirikishvili, the former world champion, at under 81 kilos, and Gwak, the former world champion, at 90 kilos. So we're spoilt for choice here, because we just saw 2 former world champions going head-to-head on mat 2. Now we've got 2 on mat 1.
He's trying really hard for that Uchimata.
And in blue for Belarus, Marina Slutskaya.
Well, the bad news, in a way, for Gabi is that Maria Suellen Altherman, who she lost to in the second round, went on to lose to Anne Fatoumata Mbairo of France, who I think is one of the most dangerous players in the weight category, the French fighter. She just doesn't get fired up as much as she should, but she must have been fired up against Altherman because she went on to beat her, and she is in the semi-final against Kim Min-jeong of the Republic of Korea. We've got the repechage contest going down on mat number 3, if you want to watch that. Maria Suellen Altherman and Marina Slutskaya. And we've still got the semi-finals to come. Those 2 semi-finals, by the way, are Mbairo and Kim, and then it will be Cherich and Han. So both the South Koreans making it to the semi-final stage. What time is it here? It's 2 o'clock. We should have this wrapped up by 3, maybe a little bit earlier, because we've got repechage and semi-finals already, but we've got 5 weight categories today, and then we'll be back at 5 o'clock with the final block. Well, not everybody is as consumed by the Grand Slam Judo as we are on this sporting Saturday. There's other sport going on, in particular rugby. In Japan, the World Cup, and England have just beaten New Zealand 19-7. I hope no one minds me mentioning that, but England make it to the final. There you go. Chirikishvili hooking in there, but way too far away to threaten him with the top half with that makikomi. And now Gwak on the right side with that low Sernagi. Almost a chance for the shimmy was though. You like it up here, don't you?
A little bit.
You can come up here anytime you want. I had the pleasure of coaching at Queen's Royal College, St Mary's College, Bishops and Holy Name for a few years when we had that development program. That was back in the 80s.
No, we still have judo in the schools there.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. The problem was that we needed to get access to schools that had reasonable facilities and who were prepared to let us in quickly. So we put the tatami in these 4 schools. It was just around the Savannah, Queen's Royal College, and then we had St Mary's and St Joseph Convent because they were so
Next
close.
to each other, yeah.
And then around on the other side of the Savannah we had Holy Name. But the mistake that we made was these were all rather, you know, elitist and well-to-do schools who had everything. They had all the facilities, and if you were anybody and you had a bit of money, that's where, you know, your children were going to go to school. And had we gone to, I don't know, Mukarapa Senior Comprehensive or something, or Senior Secondary, or, you know, gone out in St. James or somewhere, we may have had a better reception from government. But when they saw where we had gone, I think they pretty much shut the door and said, well, you know, you're not a people's program.
I also did judo at St. Joseph Convent for the 7 years I was there. Not particularly something the girls wanted to take part in.
No, and the earlier you get to coach them, the better. I don't think you can go in and start teaching girls at 13. They've already developed, you know, ways that they would rather like to look, and judo's not going to help them in that. That was a beautiful ippon by Kwak Dong Han, by the way. He absolutely launched Chirikishvili with a huge uchimata, and Chirikishvili got some bonus points or air miles on that one. He was one of the most exciting fighters to watch, but after the World Championships, I don't know, maybe there's something that some fighters just lose that edge. They have achieved so much, and it's difficult for them to rekindle that. It certainly was the case with Chirikishvili. He hasn't, you know, become less skillful. He just hasn't got the bite any longer. Let's jump quickly to mat number 2. Cho Guam, the former world champion at under 100 kilos, faces Shadi El Nahas of Canada. It's Cho in the white judogi, El Nahas in blue. And just to finish off with Gabby about that, you know, developing of judo in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I take some of the fault for the way that we got that wrong, because had we gone to some of the government schools instead, I had absolutely no problem with going there. I just didn't have those kind of contacts. Whereas I did with people who were already in those schools, and they were so welcoming and so open to it and willing to put it on the program. It wasn't an after-school activity. It was part of the curriculum.
No, it was part of
you went there as physical education, and that's what you got. But the background to that was, you know, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Sport, Culture and Youth Affairs, as it was at the time, that's what it was called at the time, didn't feel moved to back something that they felt wasn't benefiting a much wider group of people. And they were absolutely right. You know, if you're going to develop something, then develop it where it needs most developing, and not where there is an existing provision of all sorts of sports, and not elitist things, but, you know, those people had things already. They didn't need more. You needed to identify who had nothing or who had very little, and put your investment there, and then it would have been repaid. Anyway, I think Mark Littrian has gone some way to addressing that, and it's widespread now, not just up in, you know, the north.
They've been working on trying to get it across the country.
Yeah, it would be a lot better. Hard, actually, when you are almost the sole purveyor of something, but he really has worked his socks off, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. To give him credit where credit is due.
One of the athletes in the background, the Chinese athlete in the blue judogi, who's just walking on the left side of your shot, they're holding on to her right elbow. She can come across and see our doctor, although I think they've got their own doctor, but she's definitely suffering. May have had a jujikatami applied, and she just hung on a little bit too long before tapping. I don't know if you've felt the effects of that, but
unfortunately not.
Yeah, well, you're lucky. Yeah, you just, hey, when that arm comes out, you just tap, honey. Don't worry about, you know, playing strong. keep your arm intact. You know, the tendons in that area take a long time to heal, and it can really stiffen up. That's you off the tatami for 6 weeks for sure. It's a hell of a long time. And then the other thing is that, you know, sometimes you get an injury that stops you from doing judo, but you can still do other body work. You can't with your arm. When your arm's done, that's it.
That's it.
No scorers yet. Single Shido picked up by El Nahas. We've got a minute left to go. Look to go right-sided there, then over on the left, and almost coming up. I think also that, well, the referee's in the best position for looking at that. That's away from us. My initial feeling is that there wasn't enough of the scoring part of the body to give the score, but it was away from us, so we can't see. And it could very well be that it was away from him, but he was in a better position, and unfortunately he's had to cancel that one. It just didn't, there's something about it that didn't look right, was it?
No, it's too much on his front.
We're going to have to get you up here more often, Gabby. Or at least get you a referee's badge.
I'll take it. No problems. ...20-odd seconds left to go. Single Shido picked up by El Nahas, so he's not out of it by any means. You know, if he was to come up with a score here, that would be it. Was that Anne Fatoumata Mbairo taking her place in the final? Yep.
Well, I'm going to go down there and have a word with her. You could do worse than go over and spend a bit of time with them, Roman Dicko and Fatoumata Mbairo. She's a good practice. Roll around with the French fighters in INSEP, chat to your coach about that. There's a nip over to France, and there's a really good relationship between France and Scotland. The old alliance, they call that. Time has run out. Single Shido against El Nahas. We're going to have golden score. What's it like having, you know, been a bit of a spectator from time to time and watched things, and now sitting up here and... All right, we haven't always been commentating on the matches, but it must be a little bit different.
It's a totally different perspective.
It's slightly more analytical. You can pick things apart, can't you, and look out for things. And
wouldn't necessarily do that if I'm sitting as a spectator.
I just feel that sometimes fighters can really benefit from coming up here and having a look at the way that we look at things. We've got an outside broadcast van outside with a whole mass of cameras, and you can see, you know, all of the screens that we've got here for looking at different things, and they've got all kinds of different angles as well. The ability to analyze and take in that information is quite something. A second penalty picked up by El Nahas. So I'm glad you're enjoying yourself up here. I'm not sure if in the next few weeks there are going to be any events in Trinidad. I try to get across there and help out Mark if he needs, you know, refereeing or anything, because I know he's sometimes short of officials.
I believe the national championships is coming up at the end of November.
I think I'm going to be away then. Yeah, that's the only problem. I think he put the date up there, and I already know that I'm going to be away. I'd love to have helped out there.
He'd appreciate that.
He's still not out of this, El Nahas. A single score, well, obviously we're in golden score, so a single score would win it for him. But he's got 2 penalties, so he can't afford another error. And if you watch a lot of judo, you know what tactics are normally employed by the person who is penalty-free. Yeah. They've just got to keep up the rate of attacks, stay far enough away so that they don't get called, so that they don't get caught.
And stay away from the edge.
And stay away, yeah, no penalties, and don't get caught, you take it. It sounds simple.
It's a lot harder.
But well, look at Cho Guam, he's breathing out of his ears, isn't he? He's so tired. And yet he can still manage to come up with good, strong attacks. Ojigari left-sided from El Nahas, but Cho Guam steps off that, looking to set something up. I think he's going to go underneath with the left Suranagi. But that's just my guess, as he does. But you could see that coming. I mean, he's showing that shape, and El Nahas has got to make sure that he blocks that so early that it looks like a false attack. Anyway, Cho Guam readies himself again. El Nahas digs deep. Not sure if there's anything left in the tank, far less something good enough to come up with a score against Cho. He missed there, and He was lucky not to get countered. Cho Guam hasn't got the speed any longer left in him to come up with the Uchimata Sukeishi. Oh, you could see where he wanted to go, the little sit-down Yoko Otoshi, but that didn't come off either. Blocked, and I think he's gassed now. Yeah, that last effort. It wasn't the strongest of efforts, was it? And he picked up a penalty for a false attack. It'll be Cho Guam who goes into the final. Shadi Al Nahas will have a bit of time to collect himself to come back for the bronze medal contest. That was the last of the action on mat number 2. We can go quickly down to mat number 3 to have a look at Larissa Čerik of Bosnia-Herzegovina. She's up against Han Mi-jin of the Republic of Korea. We join the contest with, well, no time left at all. Han Mi-jin is about to take this one. 7 seconds left to go, although I have seen someone thrown in 4 seconds. That little turn from Han Mi-jin there just made Larissa Čerik have to reset, and that took another 2 seconds. So, you know, when they rush, you know, if they rush at you, allow them to come in and then make the turn, and they have to reset. That just gave her that little bit of time, and with only 7 seconds left, it was good enough to see Han Mi-jin go through to the final. There's a repechage contest coming up next, and we've got a quarter-final down on mat number 1, so we're going to have to jump back down there. And we join the contest with both fighters having scored. I'm not sure who tied things up. I think it may very well have been Erihem Bubatu of China, who was trailing Mert Şişlanma of Turkey by Wazari. He's come back with a score, and we've got a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Did he not?
Quite close.
Did he not grab the leg there?
I can't
with
say
the hand. It looked as though he grabbed the leg with the hand. We don't have the benefit of a replay, I'm afraid, so we have to leave that one. If they haven't seen it, well, so be it. We've got a semi-final coming up fairly soon between Ushangi Kokauri of Azerbaijan and Yahiv Kamo of Ukraine. That's a great effort, isn't it? What a finish. I think he's still a junior, you know. Şişlanma, yeah. Madeleine Malonga has just buried Kalima Antomachi of Cuba down on mat number 3. World champion throwing the Cuban for Ippon and taking her place in the bronze medal contest. So there's a possible save to be had by Malonga if she can come back and take a bronze medal. She may not feel as bad about the day. We'll have to see, because there's still time for that one. Natalie Powell takes to mat number 3 against Husha Steenhuis of the Netherlands. But we're going to stay down here, I think. Let's have a look at Vladut Simeonescu of Romania. He faces Kim Sung-min of the Republic of Korea. It's Simeonescu in the white judogi, Kim in blue. I have to send the link for our little chat to Linus Brown. I know he'll be happy to get that. He promised to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning, but said that he fell asleep. And
oh, I called Dad, and Dad said the same thing.
Yeah. Wazari for Kim Sung-min. I did send the link to everyone on that, you know, shared. Oh, Ippon. Well, Kim Sung-min. Happy days for him. Not so happy for Simeonescu, who bows out at this stage of 7th place finish for the Romanian. Okay, who have we got coming up next? Oh, semi-final. We came down here just in time then. Ushangi Kokauri of Azerbaijan faces Yahiv Kamo of Ukraine. It'll be Kokauri in the white judogi, Kamo in blue. Nice head-to-head, this one. former world silver medalist from Azerbaijan. Kamo, a bronze medalist. See how they get on. I can't see this one going the distance. Neither of them have got kind of longevity. They both crash out at about 3 minutes. Kamo perhaps maybe a little bit longer, but someone's going to go. Yeah, I did send the link on the on a WhatsApp group chat saying 2 o'clock. Make sure you're up 2 o'clock your time, because
It was forwarded to me.
oh right, okay,
Yeah.
because you know, I said your second fight up, and then I think the your next contest. I then got the message from Linus saying, "Hey, fell asleep. I must be getting old," he said. I wanted to put getting. It's a shame, because he was a talented fighter when he was younger, and there just wasn't the outlet there for him. You know, the structure didn't allow for him to go and fight internationally. I think there were 1 or 2 other fighters around at that time who missed out. Carlisle Belgrave was a real talent, and
A long time I haven't heard that name.
well, he could have done something. Oh, that was nicely done. Beautiful finish from Yahiv Kamo. Nice Sutemi Waza, Yoko Sutemi Waza, putting Kokauri flat on his back. And the big man in the middle, himself a former heavyweight, no hesitation there, giving Ippon to Yahiv Kamo. I wonder who picked him this morning then. So, who have we got to look at? Marcus Niemann of Sweden is up against Aftandil Chirikishvili of Georgia. It's Niemann in the white judogi, Chirikishvili in blue. We'll stay here and have a look at this one then. I know we've been jumping around a little bit, but I hope you managed at home to get to see some of the contests that you wanted to. I know there's quite a lot of people from Georgia who are looking on, so you can't be displeased.
Yeah, Jeff has been quite strict with the judogi regulations this round.
Yeah, I'm not sure just how much of... Yeah, I'm not sure how much that affected you and how big a change you're going to need to make.
We'll have to see.
Was it the skirt that they were talking about, the length of the skirt? Yeah. And who is it that you get your gi from?
I wear Mizuno.
Okay, in that case, you may have to have a
Go up a size, probably.
Well, I don't know.
And then I'll get it tailored, because his sleeves will be way too long.
I was going to say, you know, get that done in Japan and make sure that you've got, you know, a blue and a white that really fit and that you feel comfortable with. Japanese always seem to pass judogi control, don't they?
Yeah, definitely.
And I think they must know exactly what the rule is and make a kit with just that little bit more and say, right, that's what you're going to do. You're never going to fail. And they just accept that.
Today was the first judo gate inspection I've ever failed.
Wow. Did you feel that that had something to do with making things less comfortable, or were you able to put that out of your mind?
I tried my best to put it out of my mind, but it was still a bit difficult because the sleeves were so long, even though I had them tucked. Just like, I'm still trying to fight to keep my hands out.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Chirikishvili finding things just that little bit difficult at this weight. I know he's been up at this weight for a long time now, but you know, if you had previously been so successful at a lower weight, it sometimes takes a hell of a long time to get used to the same kind of level
At a different weight.
at a different weight. And having been world champion at 81 kilos, you know, you can see there that he's almost being manhandled by Niemann, just being spun around. And now on the ground, Niemann is an absolute monster. And maybe it didn't appear dangerous at first, but it's certainly looking troublesome now. If he was able to get the legs free, then all of a sudden...
That would have been it.
And it didn't look like anything. In the beginning, it just looks awkward, it looks ugly, and then all of a sudden you think, well, hang on a minute, there's a possible turnover here, and then you can see it taking shape. Those are the fighters who spend a lot of time on the ground and work away on their near-waza. Marcus Niemann is one of them. Here comes the Swede again, looking to get in close and engage Cherikishvili on the ground again. You can see that it's Niemann who's waiting for, having got a strong grip, he then didn't attack. So he's waiting for Cherikishvili to try and do something to come out of that so that he can engage him on the ground again. That's the plan. So Niemann's plan is to get a strong and dominant grip that makes Cherikishvili look passive. Cherikishvili realizes that, he knows he looks passive, so he then tries to attempt to do something. It's weak, he ends up on the ground, and it's from there that Niemann wants to work.
He's looking for a turnover. He's not going to get it.
Not this time round. 40-odd seconds left to go, and it's, oddly enough, it's Niemann who's picked up the penalty. Right, if you want to continue watching Marcus Niemann and Avtandil Cherikishvili, then click on number 1. Just press number 1, you get the rest of this contest. We have to go down to mat number 3 because Louisa Maltzahn is up against Lee Jong-un of the Republic of Korea. It's Maltzahn in the white judogi, Lee in blue. It's a semi-final in the under 78 kilo category, but please, those of you that want to watch mat number 1, there's a little icon down at the bottom. If you click on the one that looks like a little suitcase, you'll be able to go to whichever mat you want to watch. We join the contest between Maltzahn and Lee with half a minute left to go. Lee has picked up 2 penalties. Maltzahn looking at a possible Grand Slam final if either she can come up with a score or Lee picks up a 3rd penalty. Now it's Maltzahn who picks up a penalty with just a few seconds left on the clock. This one looks as though it's heading towards golden score. Yeah. Better grip there from Maltzahn, looking to go around the back. A little sit down, maybe Tani Otoshi, I suppose, if she'd finished it off by going further. 2 seconds left to go. We will have golden score. Lorena Kuka of Kosovo and Klara Apoteca of Slovenia await their turn. It's the second of the semi-finals. Well, she's piling on the pressure now, Lee. And Louisa Maltzahn has got to come back with a response here. She's already been penalised once for passivity. Better grip around the waist, but she's got to come up with an attack, and again it's Lee who beats her to the attack.
She's going to get a shooter she doesn't pick up.
Tatami 1, semi-final for men under 90 kilograms in white, representing Hungary, Dort Christian, and in blue, representing
Almost.
Korea, Wak Dong-han.
It was a 50-50 there.
Yeah.
Maltzahn looking to go around the back again, and this time Lee was wise to it and almost turning it on the German. Yeah, that'll score. This is her day.
That's a spot for her in the finals.
This is Louise' day. Just going to check on what the standings are in that under 78 kilo category, because the #1 German in the weight category is Anna Maria Wagner. Well, she went out of the competition. She's up at 7 on the world ranking list, but Louisa Maltzahn is down there at 12. So a gold medal here would put her ahead of her teammate. That's a top draw win for Louisa Maltzahn. She needs to finish off, and when that finish comes, it will be against either Loriana Kuka of Kosovo or Klara Apateka of Slovenia. It's now Kuka in the white judogi, Apateka in blue, the second of the semi-finals in the under 78 kilo category, the winner to face Louisa Maltzahn. Your coach must be wondering where you've gone.
He probably went to take a small nap, I think.
He's got rid of you for the afternoon. And we said to Loretta Cusack-Doyle, former world champion under 52 kilos, 10 minutes. It's the longest 10 minutes I've ever seen. Gone off for an early lunch, I think.
Probably.
Perhaps we can encourage the IGF media director who's sitting next to her to give her a nudge and say, oh, you're back on now. There's a delay in the broadcast, so if he's listening, it will be 15 seconds before he catches up. But when he does, he'll say, oh, I think you're wanted again. No score is yet. We've had the first minute out the way. Both fighters just getting to grips with each other.
That was quite close.
Still only 6:30 in the morning back in Trinidad, isn't it? But already there are a few people up and around and sending messages, so I don't know if they're going to catch the end of this or we just have to give them the link and they can go back and listen to the whole thing. But it's been nice chatting with you, Gabby. I'm glad to know that you're only 22, because there is a genuine chance, you know, if you are over the next few years, if you're able to make the kind of improvements that would, you know, make you a genuine contender, first of all in the region, because I dare say there's no one at home that's going to trouble you, but
no.
So we now look at the region, and if you can regularly, you know, medal in the region, then that will make things easier for you when you go, you know, to a wider field on the Grand Prix and Grand Slam level. And then if over a while you can establish yourself, then it would be good to see you there.
Yes, definitely.
As they say here, inshallah. Inshallah. Right, Loretta Cusack-Doyle is going to come back in. We've been delighted to have Gabriella Wood along with us here from Trinidad and Tobago. Safe travel back to Scotland where you're doing your training, and then
Thank you for having me, Sheldon.
and then I look forward to seeing you at home at some stage.
At some stage.
Okay, you take care.
Thank you.
All right. So Loretta is going to be on with you now. Loriana Kuka and Clara Apoteca. I'm just going to see Gabby off.
Well, semi-final here in the under 78 kilos. Kuka defeating Natalie Powell, the number 2 seed in this competition. Apoteca, one of those athletes that's really difficult to get past those defenses. One of the tallest, if not the tallest, in the weight category. Those long limbs always seem to cause so many problems to the athletes that she participates with. Throws that right arm deep over on the back, which is always dangerous, and then follows through with the leg coming deep through. The winner of this match will go on to meet Malzen in the final of the under 78s. And the loser will go in the top half of the repechage to meet Malonga, of the world champion from France. Well, there's no Shidos on the board, so this could be a long, drawn-out golden score. Kuka tries to turn in with those hips. Blocked out by Apoteca, who attempts a Sutemiwaza. Bit of a false attack there, I think. That was more of a ploy to get her into the Niwaza, and the referee saw that as well. So Apoteca takes the first Shido of this contest. Ken Kuka trying to get those hips through. So Apoteca now leads with a Wazari and then takes the win in the golden score and a place in the final of the under 78s, where she'll meet Malzen of Germany. And Kuka will go into the bronze medal match along with Malonga, the world champion from France. I have that. What a lovely Uchimata attempt there. Shot from Pakistan, maintaining a lead there. Just gone past the halfway mark, so it is a long journey to the end of this contest, with plenty of time for China to come back. Arima Batu of China comes in there with the Kosota straight off the grip. Uchigari from Chao. Steps across, stumbling on that. Trying to break the balance of his opponent. One minute 14 remaining. Iwasari and Ishido on the board for Shah. Straight away, China comes in straight off the attack for that Kosota once more. Each time it's looking a little bit more dangerous. Although he comes in straight off the grip, he needs to advance in that little bit deeper. So the body contact is first, breaks the balance, and then hooks in for the Kosota. But he's got the Uchimata now, a switch for the Ouchigari. Good combination. There, and there you have it, that little bit deeper, chest to chest, but they almost, the Osota. Harimbu Batu has a lot of work to do now in the last 33 seconds. I think that Kosota is capable of working, but he really has to commit his whole body, and it's a risk, but there's the Uchimata. Again, fell too short to get a score. And still trails for that Wazari.
He could just have the best day of his career here to take this win against Eri Hembubatu.
Yeah.
8 seconds left to go. What a position to be in. And Eri Hembubatu hasn't come up with an attack in 8 seconds.
No.
And you can get 2 in, sorry.
That was a good win.
You know, when you're that close,
Really.
you just have to, you must come up with one.
Yeah.
Even if it's a false one, you got to go. And he didn't have a penalty against him, Eri Hembubatu. Some players are just like that. I know you'll agree with me. One of the most frustrating players to watch was Denzine White, who was just so skillful, and at times, if it wasn't there, there was no attack. His body wouldn't allow him to attack. If it wasn't there, he couldn't manufacture it.
No.
He was a real touch and feel kind of player. He had the most amazing Uchimata, beautiful Uchimata to watch, and Tayatoshi, but when it wasn't there, he just couldn't come up with it.
No, he couldn't see a way forward.
No.
There was no plan of action.
Yeah.
I always find it so frustrating, especially when it comes to the sort of where there's a chance of a medal and you're down and you know you've only got seconds left. Part of me would think, as an athlete, with an athlete's head in, I would say all or nothing.
Yeah,
I
do
don't
something.
care. I'd rather go for a pawn than say I didn't give it all. And sometimes I watch and you see the last 30 seconds of a contest and you think if they fought as hard as they did in the last 30 seconds, right from the beginning of the contest, they would have won the match. And it is so inferior. Oh, it just drives me nuts.
We've got the last of the semi-finals on mat number 1. It is Zelim Kotsoyev of Azerbaijan. He faces Mert Shishmanla of Turkey. It's Kotsoyev in the white judogi, Shishmanla in blue. I think I mentioned when Gabriella Wood was up here that Shishmanla may still be a junior. I think that is the case.
Yes. He's 19 years of age and he's just got a bronze medal in the World Championships.
He's just come back from the juniors. Yeah, I saw him there.
And he is
quite
brilliant.
A boy.
Yeah. He is really fought well.
19 indeed, yeah. 81, 90 and 100 now he's competed at. So he's been going through the categories. I think he's found it now.
A growing lad.
He's found where he wants to be. He looked exciting earlier on, to be honest. Well, we will have a wrap-up today. I know we haven't in the previous 2 days, but we will have, when we go through who's done what to whom.
Well, Kotsoyev taking the lead with still a minute and a half remaining in the contest. This is Mandler. Oh, that was a gutsy move there. Kotsoyev should have been really worried at that last exchange. And this is the gutsiness that you look for, an all-or-nothing situation. He's down on a Wazari, and he is giving 110% out there, sacrificing himself, taking real risks. But if it pays off, it'll be worth it for Turkey. Sutemiwaza from Kotsoyev with the Sumigeshi.
Into the last minute then. Single Shido against Kotsoyev.
Oh,
he
right,
turns him, yeah. Finishes off well.
Yeah, he had to work for that. But Sismanla, you can see he's frustrated. He's 19 years of age, and he is really disappointed.
He's up
you
against
just love it, don't you?
an established player here,
Yes.
Kotsoyev. So, yes, we know he's going to be disappointed. We can understand that. But he's also got to be realistic. Time is on his side. He'd just like things to happen now. Right, we will give you a rundown of the lineup for the medal matches that will begin in 2 hours and 15 minutes time. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. Just before we go, let's tell you that it will be the first of the bronze medal contests in the under 78 kilo category. Well, we'll just go through the women here. Madeleine Malonga of France will go up against Loriana Kuka of Kosovo. And it will be Guusje Steenhuis of the Netherlands to go up against Lee Jong-un of the Republic of Korea. The final, Luisa Malzahn of Germany to go up against Clara Apotheker. Your thoughts on the final, Malzahn and Apotheker?
This is going to be I think it's going to be a very awkward fight for Malzahn because of Apotheker, who's so tall, and those limbs, they're just really difficult to overcome, and it can be an absolute spoiler. But Malzahn is on form today, and she's defeated some tough opposition to get where she is now. So I'm going to put Malzahn has taken the gold medal here today, just because she has that slight edge, and that confidence has got to be boosting through to give her a chance here to take that. She's got a chance here to step forward and make it count, I think. She's got to take it with two hands.
In the plus 78 kilo category, Maria Suellen Altherman of Brazil will go up against Larissa Čerik of Bosnia-Herzegovina. And in the second bronze medal contest, it'll be Nihal Chekrahu of Tunisia to go up against Kim Min-jon of the Republic of Korea. The final features Anne Fatoumata Mbairo of France, She'll go up against Han Mi-jin of the Republic of Korea. Mbiro or Han?
I'm going to go with Mbiro. I think she's looking good today.
Got the bit between her teeth then, yeah? I did have a chat with her earlier on. I like her. I still think that the #1 French fighter in the plus 78 kilo category is Roman Dicko, who's coming back from injury. But in the absence of Dicko, I'll go for Fatoumata Mbiro. Yeah, Mbiro should do it. Right, the first of the bronze medal contest in the under 90 kilo category. Edward Trippel of Germany goes up against Tot Christian of Hungary. And it'll be Aftandil Chirikishvili of Georgia to face Nemanja Maidov of Serbia in the second bronze medal contest. The final features Nicolas Sherazadishvili of Spain. He'll be up against Guak Donghan of the Republic of Korea.
Well, for gold, Sherazadishvili, definitely for Spain. And bronze medals, I'm going for Triple and Madov.
Right, in the under 100 kilo category, Arman Adamian of Russia will face Mert Shishmanla of Turkey. And in the second bronze medal contest, Hussein Shah of Pakistan will face Shadi El Nahas of Canada. The final is Cho Guam of the Republic of Korea to go up against Zelim Kotsuiev of Azerbaijan.
Cho for the gold medal for me. And bronze medals, I'm going to go for Turkey and Canada in those ones.
All right, in the first of the bronze medal contest in the plus 100 kilo category, Alexander Gordienko of Ukraine will face Ushangi Kokari of Azerbaijan. And in the second bronze medal contest, it'll be Kim Sung-min of the Republic of Korea to face Lurik Rakovetsky of Kyrgyzstan. The final is Roy Meyer of the Netherlands to go up against Yachiv Kamo of Ukraine.
Well, I fancy Roy Meyer taking the gold medal. He's really still on that high. He's on a roll, isn't he, from the World Championships? So I definitely think he could just pick the top spot with a gold medal around his neck today.
We'll be back in 2 hours and 10 minutes from now. We look forward to your company then from Loretta Kusakdal and myself. It's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.